You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome into upstate New York. Some anglers call this a slice of heaven because Lake Champlain, by far one of the best fisheries that you could ever host a bass tournament on. And this is the kickoff, something new that we've never done before, the Bassmaster EQ Series. This is the elite qualifiers, and if you don't know what that is, we are taking the top 50 from each Opens division and putting the best of the best from 2025 together for a no-holds-bar 3-event shootout for 10 spots on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And it all starts here this week at Lake Champlain, a place where big smallmouth live, big largemouth live as well. You have the opportunity to split your game plan, but you better choose wisely because you could fall down the leaderboard quickly. Big weights this week, taking 45-plus pounds to be the leader after 2 days of competition, and basically all the way down to 40th. It's taking 20 pounds a day just to get a check. We've got a stout top 10, former Elite Series anglers like Garrett Paquette, like Russ Lane. We've also got some current Elite Series anglers like our leader, Emil Wagner, and third place, Paul Marks. Those two anglers, Wagner and Marks, not fishing for points this week, just fishing for a trophy. Everyone else in our top 10 looking to gain as many EQ points as possible because this 3-event shootout will determine who is a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. Got guys like Sam Hangy pictured right here, former Auburn angler. We know that's such a great fishing school and has produced a lot of great talent the last few years. He's looking at another top 10 this year. We saw him at Kentucky Lake earlier this season, and we talked about it, a stout top 10, and some anglers, hey, they didn't want the elite season to end, so they continued fishing to the EQs that are available to the elite pros, and got to talk to a couple of those anglers like Paul Marks the last few days, as Paul Marks looking to jump up and beat his roommate, Emil Wagner, today.
First day was kind of tough. I mean, I bounced around, ran around in that wind. My primary spot I was going to catch him was junk, and it was far away. Ran there till 10 o'clock and got 3 for like 10 pounds. So came back, ran down area, caught some in practice, super far. It took like 45 minutes to get there. Then caught 20 pounds pretty quick. Had to come in. Then yesterday I went there. I had 20 pounds and then went and I think I found a really good spot. I caught a 4.5 and one almost 6 back-to-back casts. So I'm gonna give a start there. There was a ton of fish around. They seemed pretty smart after I caught a few, but maybe early this morning they'll bite. I can get 5 of them because they're big ones.
Yeah, I'm feeling good this morning. I said it before the tournament started, this is actually probably my favorite lake in the world. I love how it sets up. I love catching the smallmouth. We got the lead today, but only by 2 ounces. Me and Messer are pretty much tied, and got my roommate Paul right behind him. So it's a tight race. It's really anyone's game, especially in that top 5 or 6. And man, I'm just ready to go. I'm excited. We got one primary spot. We've pretty much done all our damage, sat there almost all day, and I'm excited to get there with hopefully no other boats, and man, just freaking catch them today. I'm jacked up. We're gonna need another 23 pounds, and I think it's doable, so I'm ready to go.
Get to go out on beautiful Lake Champlain. It's one of my favorite places to fish, and just you couldn't ask for a better start to the EQs. That's really the most important thing for this season, and this is what we're doing it for. So I'm ready to get out there, see what we can catch.
With the sun getting nice and high, then we're gonna go dive on them for the rest of the day and try and catch some big old buckets. Just hope today goes well. Catch another 24 pounds like we did on day 1, but without a 2-pound penalty, and see what happens, make them earn it. So just excited to get to go fishing today. This place is phenomenal, and man, I just love bass fishing. Yeah.
Well, about this time of year last year, Cody Stahl took a title at the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And that 2-pound penalty looms large. He would be just ounces out of the lead, but now 2.5 pounds out of the lead starting today as we get out to Garrett Paquette, who's starting right outside takeoff.
Welcome to live, everybody. We're already fishing here. I didn't even Didn't even get on plane this morning. We're gonna fish for a couple of these release fish around takeoff here for probably, 5 to 10 minutes. See if anything's going on. Maybe try to sneak out a 4-pounder and then make a little bit of a run down to where we've been fishing all week. But yeah, I'm super excited just to be out here another day. I mean, this has been a pretty epic week. I mean, of just crushing the fish. I mean, you guys can see the leaderboard. It's been a smash fest. So just to get another day out here after him is pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, the weights are still fairly tight. I kind of got on a little largemouth deal yesterday afternoon and caught my biggest fish of the week doing that. So hopefully we can get out here, catch some smallies real quick, and then try that largemouth stuff. And you come out here and you catch a 5 to 6 pound largemouth, you never know what can happen. So everyone's in it today. We're gonna go out there and try to get this thing done.
Garrett Paquette, former Bassmaster Elite Series pro, also former college angler at Schoolcraft College, not far from his home region there in Michigan. Paquette looking to get back to the Bassmaster Elite Series and had a good season in the Open so far and a great start. Like we talked about, it's a 3-tournament sprint here at Lake Champlain in just a few weeks at Wheeler Lake in Alabama and then Lake Okeechobee in November. 3 vastly different places, 3 different months and times of year, stages of these fish. So it's going to be a great test to show who can catch smallmouth in the fall. You can catch some largemouth in the Tennessee River in the fall as well. And then we have Florida basically in their pre-spawn. And Okeechobee will be a test as well. But Paquette, great start to his EQ journey, 7th place coming into today. And it is, like we talked about Mike Sucon, we got tight weights throughout, ounces separating anglers. But those top 2 anglers, they do have a little bit of an advantage, about 1.5 pounds ahead of 3rd.
Yeah, Emil Wagner and Matt Messer really came in with the 4.5 pound average fish when our 40th place guy, the last guy to get a check, was 2 ounces under 20 pounds a day, which is just so impressive. 44 20-pound bags on day 1, 36 on day 2. Big 6-pound came in yesterday, a bunch of upper 5-pounders.
If you're joining us this morning on Bassmaster Live here for the EQ at Lake Champlain, Ronnie Moore in studio and Mike Sucon like usual on Bassmaster Live, but our guest today is Elite Series pro Greg DePalma. And Greg, you know Lake Champlain very well, and so I know you were on my short list of anglers to call to see if you were available to come in here and talk some fishing on Champlain with us. So appreciate you joining us today, man.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me. Champlain, like everybody's saying, it's top notch, man. It's one of the best in the country right now by far. It's improving every year we go back. It seems like the fish are getting bigger. Obviously, they're in the fall a little bit, fish a little bit fatter, but it's fishing really good. One
thing that's a good gauge on a fishery is not only the weights that it takes to win, but also the ability to catch both species or multiple species and compete. And we've seen all smallmouth win tournaments. We've seen half and half with largemouth as well. And so we will get a taste of that. I know there are a few anglers today that will go and test some largemouth. And if you're joining us this morning, we're just kicking off Bassmaster Live, going into the final day of competition here at Lake Champlain. And this is how the leaderboard's set up after 2 days of competition. We talked about the great weights. 45.11 for Emil Wagner through 2 days of competition. 45.9 for Matt Messer, who was your day 1 leader. Matt Messer had 23.9 on day 1, so 22 even yesterday. You got Paul Marks, Gray Buck, Russ Lane. Cody Stahl mentioned it, a 2-pound penalty for him. Culling infraction with 6 fish in the boat on day 1, had his weight drop back, but that did not hold him back from making the top 10. Got guys like Garrett Paquette, Christian Nash as well, Sam Hangy also. Welcome into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Like I mentioned, I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Mike Sucon. You guys know us from Bassmaster Live. Here in studio, you know Greg DePalma from Bassmaster Live, though, out on the water. And Greg, this is your territory of the country. This is also an interesting time of year. We don't normally fish here this late. Mm-hmm. We're normally here in August for the Elite Series. And another aspect, it may not affect the guys fishing deep, but the water is 2 feet lower than it was last year. And so water much lower makes some of those shallow areas even shallower.
Yeah, for sure. The thing about the water being low too that guys aren't talking about is this lake has a lot of current in it. So when you have a lot of current in this lake and that water gets low, it's going to redirect these fish probably to different areas than we've seen in the past.
Absolutely, and Such, we talked about it. You've got former Elite Series pros trying to make it back to the Elite Series. Oh, yeah. You've got current Elite Series pros who have not done their job to requalify on their own. They get the opportunity. I like the EQs this year because it's hey, if you want to take my spot, you got to beat me for it. And so we've got 5 or 6 of those anglers fighting for their own deal, and you have the best opens pros from 2025 all going head to head.
We had said when they first announced this was going to be pretty stout field here, and it sure is showing out. I mean, 103 of the 105 guys caught limits on day one. Our average fish is 313. It's pretty big for this fishery, and our leaders are averaging 4.5 pounds. So it's a real, like you said, a sprint, Ronnie, and these guys have to be on it. If they want to be the top 10 after these 3 events, we think they're going to have to average a 25th place finish in all 3 events, around there.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the X factor of largemouth that we will see maybe factored today, a 6-pounder yesterday. When you think about largemouth, Greg, we know how good Champlain is for numbers and size of smallmouth, but there are moments and times where largemouth can make a big impact for guys to jump up. And I know some guys on our leaderboard today that have a couple of their 10 fish so far this tournament.
Yeah, if you can catch a 5 to 6 pound largemouth, that is an absolute game changer on this body of water. You can tell the weights are ounces, and you get a fish like that, that is just magical.
Awesome. Well, we listen to Greg no matter what lake we're on in the country, but Lake Champlain specifically has some great results. I remember back in, I think, 2016, this was one of the lakes that helped you get to the Bassmaster Elite Series stage and qualify. And since you've been on the Elite Series, great finishes at Lake Champlain. So let's take a look of Greg out on the water in the Elite Series at this special fishery. And Greg, everything has to go right sometimes for anglers to win Elite Series events, but when you see a guy get multiple top 10s on the same fishery or multiple top 20s, that shows there's a lot less luck involved and a lot more knowledge of this fishery. How long have you been fishing Lake Champlain?
Man, honestly, as far back when I first started fishing at Federation, and it's almost been probably 20 years ago.
2006 was
kind of scary to say, but yeah.
Result.
Yeah, wow, it's it's been a long time, and I got a lot of history there, and that's what makes me so excited about next year going there. With got a little history behind me because things are going to change a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and we also know we could talk about this aspect of it is. In the EQs, what we're watching today, forward-facing sonar is allowed, but if you haven't been under a rock, maybe you've been under a coin, Such, but now that the coin is flipped, we now know that Champlain will not be forward-facing sonar next year, which means now maybe past history comes into play.
Yep.
A lot of times anglers can be successful without a waypoint,
guys?
because they're just
Starting the
chasing
morning out on some
fish that are
smallmouth.
suspended. So we get out to Cody's
Seeing if we
stall.
can't catch a few, hopefully a good one, before we go start fishing for some largemouth. Trying to wait till that sun gets all nice and high for it to get right. But just in the process of trying to find them again. Almost smallmouth left after day 1. So just trying to search, and probably about to go run and fish some new smallmouth stuff here in a second. Seeing a few, but they're all just small. But we're gonna run around pretty good bit this morning, and then be back on some good stuff by like 10:30 is the goal. So hopefully we can catch a few big ones in the meantime. I'd like to go ahead and catch at least a 4.5 or a 5 before I start on some largemouth. But all my largemouth stuff's getting thinned out pretty good. I've been beating on them pretty good for the last 2 days. So we'll see what the day brings, but just excited. No cloud cover today. It is a little bit colder, so we'll see what that does to them.
Cody Stahl, former high school All-American, former successful college angler, and in the opens as a co-angler back in the day, and now as a boater and winning La Crosse, Wisconsin last year to make the Bassmaster Classic. Dream come true for him. And now Cody, he would love to win today, but winning today also
right here, but
means top
not wanting
points
to cooperate
for making the Elite Series. So we head out to our leader, Emil Wagner, getting to his first spot of the day, hooked up.
Little tiny one.
It does look tiny.
We're not keeping anything under 3.5 because it's just a waste of time.
Not gonna start as a keeper for Emil Wagner, but that is our first bite of the day. Looking for 3.5+ pounders, as Emil said, and some of those guys below him looking for 4.5-pound fish to make up the deficit and win here today. A lot on the line this season. This is the first stop of 3 for the brand new Bassmaster EQs. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2025 Nitro Bassmaster EQ Series here at Lake Champlain in Plattsburgh, New York. Live coverage today brought to you by Mercury. We have 10 anglers today. Normally when we have a Bassmaster Open type tournament, we've cut it down from 200 to just 10, but the EQs is an exclusive bunch. The elite qualifiers feature the top 50 in the points race from each division of the Open, so 100 total anglers maximum. Got some elite anglers fishing as well this week. They're available to do that, but it is an exclusive group looking for 10 spots after 3 tournaments to make the Elite Series. So we head out to Gray Buck, started the day in 4th place, the Pennsylvania Pro.
We had 6 guys around here who double qualified. They finished top 50 in both divisions. So it knocked it down to 6 guys.
I know exactly where Gray is at, and I have never seen that land out of the water where he's fishing.
Wow.
Yep.
Ooh, he's skinny. He needs to eat some more. Throw him in. He's long though. Look how big that thing is. I don't know what he's got going on. Old fish or something. Come on. $275.
Just under 3 pounds for Gray Buck to start, and yes, it is 2025. Yes, forward-facing sonar is allowed, and yes, Gray Buck has fished shallow this whole time, has not weighed a single fish off of his electronics, and shallow has been the name of the game for him. We saw that was a chatterbait there. He's used a glide bait as well, and fishing for smallmouth up shallow, and he said when he gets 20 pounds, he'll go largemouth hunting like he did on day 1. Out to Russ Lane. Got to see him at the Tennessee Tom Bigby.
Stuck to the bottom? Okay. Man, it feels good. It's like a good little cold front. It's probably 40 degrees. I just pulled up on this school and I do not see them. So something's changed. I mean, I know they got to be close by. So I'm just kind of easing around, trying to find them. But there's too many of them. There was too many of them out here the last 2 mornings for them to be completely gone, I guess. We're gonna see.
Like Russ Lane was employing a flutter spoon to start. So, didn't think
rock right here. I bet it had 50 on it the last 2 days, and you don't see anything on it right now.
5.9 on day 1 in his 22.9 bag. He was worried they may not be there on day 2, but he caught another 20.5 pounds yesterday.
Maybe out deeper, suspended. Out
Relocate.
we could have taken odds if the first keeper of the day was going to be caught on a chatterbait or something else, and probably would have lost that. And then, would the next bait we see be a flutter spoon?
Yeah, what's the saying? You can take the boy out of Alabama, but the Alabama not out of the boy. There it is.
Absolutely. Largemouth may be in his game plan today. Depends on how smallmouth go. We may see him adjust for Russ Lane, but fishing in that 40 to 55 foot range to start on smallmouth, and like he said, too many fish there for them to have moved a long ways away, but we know how smallmouth can move and adjust maybe, 100 feet or so.
Mm-hmm.
Emil Wagner, day 2 leader, hooked up.
I mean, he might be 3 or something. You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I'm gonna throw him back because it's just not worth. You put him in there and he dies or something,
And he's looking at him again. that might be a little bit.
Yeah, these Champlain smallmouth are pretty hardy. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not as crucial here, I think, to throw the smaller ones back.
And with them riding so high sometimes, you don't have to fish some of these fish. They're already acclimated. They're always going up and down on these alewife and other bait fish, that they're not deep bottom dwelling fish. They might be in 40 or 50, but they're in 10 or 15.
Yeah, for sure.
My hands are literally frozen. Chill, buddy.
He was one of the anglers said they're catching 30, 40, 50 fish a day.
I was gonna say, I know that feeling when your hands just don't work in the morning because you worked them so hard the last 2 days. It's so weird how that is. I've always heard that from my older friends that I've had. All your hands not working.
3-pounder.
He threw it back, 3-pounder.
He tossed her, yeah.
No points for Emil Wagner this week, fishing for the win on what he calls now. I don't know if Lake Hartwell or Lake Lanier know this, but he just said Champlain was his favorite lake. So now he's cheating on his 2 home lakes. I don't know, but.
Say why you're there.
Yeah. But this is probably one of the best tournament lakes in the country in terms of size and numbers and both species, as Cody Stahl's hooked up.
Good one. God dang it. Come on. It's not that big. I'll take him now. Number 1. Put some G juice in there, get them all comfy. Hopefully we call that joker out pretty soon and get to smashing them.
Cody Stahl with our second keeper of the day that we've seen get put in the box. Emil Wagner, though, with a keeper just a minute ago, a 3-pounder that below the average size he's been catching, so you take the risk out of it and throw it back, but that is an interesting approach, especially.
Yeah, so the reason I'm throwing those fish back, I've thrown back 4 already, is you catch so many here, and there's so many 3.5 to 4+ pounders. It's like, could I have one of those bad days and, you know, regret throwing those back? Sure, but at the end of the day, if I throw a 3-pounder or any, you know, even anything smaller than that in there, it's an extra couple minutes to cull it, and it's an extra couple minutes to weigh it, and if it dies, you're stuck with it, and then your odds of winning are pretty much 0. So if it's not at least a very high 3, we're probably not gonna keep it. So that's just kind of where I'm at with that.
Going for the win.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, that's what he's doing. I don't blame him.
Greg, they got a little bit better weather today. Last 2 days it's blown, and had guys saying their decks are soaked, and they were soaked, and
yeah, it's
tough to fish their spots.
That's the biggest factor by far on this body of water. You get that south or that north wind, man, it can get pretty red out there.
Day 1 leader Matt Messer.
That ain't one of the 5s. Throw him in there for now.
Former Opens champion at the Harris Chain of Lakes.
Hang on. Old Berkeley head sticks them. They don't be about at least 3 times that size.
This is typical Champlain. You know, it always.
Shouldn't even throw him in there.
It's usually not on average fireworks in the morning. You got to work your way through these fish and call your way up to what you're going to have.
One of those guys who had a big afternoon, a 5-2 and another fish to get it. He was struggling on bass track, and he all of a sudden comes in with 22 pounds.
No doubt.
Gray buck making a move. I believe that's gray buck. Got 10 anglers here on Lake Champlain. A couple already putting keepers in the boat, but you're gonna have to have better than just a keeper today, because it is Lake Champlain and the weights are getting bigger and bigger. We'll be right back. The Nitro Bassmaster EQ here at Lake Champlain is brought to you by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. 3 days of competition here at Lake Champlain, and this is the final day of stop number 1 of the EQs. We are already a third of the way through qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series for this group of anglers, this excellent group that has qualified from 200 plus boats throughout the whole season to just the best of the best. As Christian Nash started the day in 10th place, hooked up.
Come here, baby.
Jumped right in your arms. They're wild this morning. We'll take it though. Big and long ones. Got like a little spot. Well, I just took a bath. Oh, that's a 4-pounder. 411, so just a hair over 4. Good start. Good fish.
It's a digital scale. 411 is 4.11, so just over 4 pounds, like he said, as we head out to Aaron Jagdfeld. Got introduced to Aaron in the college bracket last year, but we've seen him in the Opens at St. Clair in the top, and obviously here this week.
Tiny. Easy, bro, easy. we were looking at.
He had a late 5-pounder yesterday too, and after about 220, 230 in the afternoon to get up to 22 pounds, 21.14. I like those big late catches, don't you, Greg?
Oh yeah, I mean they're definitely key, man. That's for sure.
I think that boat that we saw leave earlier was Garrett Paquette,
I think so too.
not Gray.
Yeah.
But I think they're both running the same boat, but I didn't see any carpet graphics, so. And Gray is also in the same exact spot he still was earlier. he hadn't left, Gray.
He didn't move.
It's a little early, but Christian Nash has gone from 10th to 1st.
Oh yeah. What's he got on the bass track?
51 pounds, 5 ounces total.
Yeah.
He's got 8.5 today on.
Gray's hooked up again. It's good to see a baitcaster going on the smallmouth derby.
A little better. A little thicker.
He threatened the old ball and chain.
My favorite part about having them on that Dobbins 744 big heavy rod, just flip them right in. No playing with them on the side of the boat. Man, that hook is in there.
One thing's for sure, that Carolina rig will always be a staple on these smallmouth events. I don't care what's going on. It'll always catch them and catch the big ones too.
Got a good hook up to land ratio there too. You stick them with a single hook and.
It's the best there is, I think, honestly.
Scale work. Three and a half.
Another smallmouth in the box for Gray Buck. Yeah, you don't tempt Greg DePalma with a Carolina rig and some pleasure boats on the St. Lawrence River and a good time, because he will cash in on that for sure.
Yeah, the Champlain's where I learned how to throw the rig, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
He's little. Maybe not tiny. They pull so hard here. He's not that big. To start though. First cast on the spot. Good sign. Three-pounder.
Gray Buck, our new leader now, passing Christian Nash. But Emil Wagner started our day as our leader and has caught enough fish to maintain his lead, but has been throwing them back because they're not of the quality to win this tournament.
Yeah.
And he's got the freedom of, I'm not fishing for points, just fishing for the win today.
That's a big deal, man. That's a real big deal, fishing free.
The This one's acting a little bit better than the last couple.
There we go, that's a real one. That's a real one. Been boat flipping them all week. 12-pound trilene, stuff is good. He's probably close to 4. It's finally calm enough we can weigh them and have enough balance beam them. Heck yeah, that's a nice one. Fish are so hard to get to lock. They move around so much. Come on, buddy. Chill.
Got a belly.
Yeah, it's fat. It's bigger than 4.
Put them in the wrong color. I gotta weigh them again. Sorry, buddy.
Got that specific routine of weighing and so you don't have a 2-pound penalty and you don't make mistakes and you put the right fish in the right spot. As Emil Wagner finally putting one in the boat that he's gonna keep.
We haven't caught very many bass, but only caught 2 here during the tournament. They was both over 5, and we've been here in the evening. I think maybe in the evening they pull up on this edge, maybe set up better, but I was kind of thinking in the morning time they might be roaming around. We can try to get a couple big ones out of the way. Made it day 3 now. Worst we can get's 10th. Might as well try to fish for big ones all day. Try to shoot to win this thing. Not seeing very many at the moment, though. There could be one.
Back out to Aaron Jagdfeld.
Oh my gosh. He caught it on the fall. Come on, come back and get it. Nah, he's not that big. 3-pounder.
This guy right here has definitely been a name that I heard a lot
I've been looking at
this
2
year.
pounders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this guy's pretty good.
College bracket, got 2nd place, almost won that to be the representative in the Classic. He had already gotten 2nd at Lake St. Clair, as what he would classify as one of his home lakes, obviously, prior to that at the Opens, and then he won a Bass Nation event with us. I think it was a shortened one out of Erie, and then doing well in the Bassmaster Opens. Also, Aaron Jagdfeld. Got to be careful for those sneaky Michigan anglers. We got a couple of them in our top 10 today. Garrett Paquette, Aaron Jagdfeld, representing the Michiganders of the world. Meanwhile, we got a Penn State Nittany Lion on top. It's college football Saturday. We'll get into some of that. We got some Big Ten rivalries in the top 10 today. But we got some big rivalries out on the water as well at Lake Champlain. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here for the Nitro Boats Bassmaster Elite Qualifier at Lake Champlain, presented by Bass Pro Shops. This is stop 1 of 3 for a fall series where the top Opens anglers in the country through 8 events are narrowed down put head-to-head for 10 Elite Series spots as we go out to Cody Stahl, who's hooked up.
Yeah, decent one. But that's an average one for this place. Even though it's a decent one everywhere else, you gotta call him out too to have a decent day today.
You think about it, Greg DePalma, you couldn't have a fish under 4 pounds pretty much to make a check here.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe how much this place has grown.
God, he freaking strip drag.
They're footballs, man. They're fat little fish. Eating machines.
I thought you said you didn't keep up with football during the commercial break.
Not that kind of
Oh,
football.
okay, gotcha.
God, if they would just stay still 5 seconds. I just want to lock you in. Buddy. There we go.
We got on that one 3 3/4 maybe?
Is that what he put it as? Or
no, not yet. I haven't seen.
I don't know. It was thick. It's hard to tell when they're that thick.
Out to Christian Nash, the guy who started 10th place coming into today. Nowhere to go but up. That's a dangerous spot to be in, especially in a place where the weights are tight. 3 pounds or so from 1st to 10th, and it's really anybody's ball game. You can have one of those amazing days, and Christian's had a good start to his day and already gained some points.
It's tight right outside the check line, too. The next 6 guys, 1 ounce each. In fact, there's a couple ties right there. So
One thing about Champlain that's never changed, forward facing or not, it's always been a tight race here.
Come on.
That fish came off and he caught it.
Magic. That fish literally come off. That was pretty cool.
Flopping in the boat. You're going to yell fumble on that one, Ronnie, but he got it.
Yeah, Ronnie, where were you?
Hey, it's only a fumble in fantasy if you lose the fumble. So that's we'll just
He posted his best. His best was a 14th in the first open of the year.
It looked better.
It looks better now, too. That's G Money. It's not Garrett Paquette, it's G Money. I was just out fishing with Garrett about 4 weeks ago. Yeah. I went up to Michigan, obviously, for the St. Clair, and Garrett lives up there, so spent a day on his home lake, Lake Orchard it's called. We caught some pretty good smallmouth. It's pretty fun.
You're not supposed to say that name.
I know.
Now everybody knows.
I think they already knew about this one, honestly.
Mender chuck.
Them fish are smart in there. There's a reason why.
G-Money boat flipping another one.
Another 3-pounder maybe?
A little smaller than his last one.
Just kind of what this area is. Yesterday I started here on a whim, and I caught a 4.5 right away. So that's kind of the goal here. This isn't my primary area, but if we could sneak out a 4-pounder somehow, that'd be nice. Yeah, like 3 1/4. But, man, this place is fun.
So Wagner's went in as well. 3 3/4. 3 3/4. He said 3 1/4.
Inland Sea, pretty vacant.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
Aaron Jagfeld's got every drop of water basically to himself in there.
Greg, I noticed I have the map, and there's several boats on the western shore of Champlain. I didn't see them there yesterday. Is there a reason with the wind coming north-northwest that they're on that side this morning?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I told Ronnie during the break, when I saw the map where Gray was, that's a really good area, traditionally, especially later in the season. So I'm not surprised they're there. Maybe they had in their game plan. A lot of these guys, I think, are probably running the winds. When today there's no wind, they can kind of get around, do their thing. So it could have been an area they all had in practice, and had some good bites in there. It's definitely a good area.
Come here, bud. There we go. A little bit bigger than a 3-pounder. It's a decent one. Look at dude, just choked it.
If I had to guess why the Inland Sea area is probably not playing as well, number one, it's a little bit later in the season than we're normally there, but the water being low, a lot of them fish are up in the Point Rouge area, and they traffic their way down. Yep. And they might have bypassed even going to the Inland Sea this time around and just headed down lake a little ways.
Head out to Elite Series Pro, started the day in 3rd place. Paul Marks looking to beat his roommate Emil Wagner today for maybe some bragging rights.
Yeah. Oh, I've been catching them a couple miles over that way yesterday morning, and then the first day afternoon. Then I don't know, kind of slicked off. Yesterday I had 20 pounds, so I decided to go look around a little bit, and I pulled up here and caught a 4.5 and one almost 6. So there was a lot here. I caught several more 3 3/4 or 4-pounders, but not seeing much yet this morning. But gonna give it a little while longer and go check some other stuff. Let the sun get up so you can see. Maybe they'll get off the bottom, start feeding on some bait balls and eat my minnow. It's weird. Will either be down on the bottom and 60 or on the surface.
Looks like we're still locating them today. That sun getting up will definitely change things. No cloud cover today, and that could help anglers as well. Paul Marks saying, hey, they're either in the bottom and 60, they're not far under the surface. We'll see when we come back. Bassmaster live here. Where are we at? We on the moon? That is low water here at Lake Champlain. We talked about it. It's 2 feet lower than it was last year. 2 feet lower, and then last year was 2 feet lower than 2023. So if you've been here before when the water's full pool or even high, it is a different fishery for sure. Today, that definitely looks like you're fishing on the edge of the moon.
Don't it?
There's a place north of in the lake called Chazzy Reef. It's some of the oldest fossilized rocks, 450 million years old, and they're probably exposed right now.
I'm sure.
That's probably not it, though. I think they're
Well,
black.
I mean, that was incredible. And Gray Buck, we've seen him on this starting area with a lot of it exposed. And Greg, you said, man, I've fished here a long time, and it's rarely exposed like this.
I've never seen it out of the water like that.
There he is.
That was quick.
Oh, stay on there, buddy. No. There we go. Oh, it's too fun to catch them on a glide bait. Not the biggest one in the world, but that's my buddy Keith Thomas, and this is one is actually his son makes, Cole. It's called a muscle hamster. So it's not. Ike and Ellie was the one that named it for him when they were fishing together. I don't know how he came up with that, but it catches them. It's one of my favorite baits to throw, and that one right there has caught so many fish. Like I said, he's only at 3-something, but it gets you excited, your heart racing every time that bite happens. Yeah, he's only at 3, not even quite 3 1/4. But fill up the live well with some fish, and then we'll go from there.
My man is power fishing.
We've seen him with a chatterbait catch. We've seen him with a Carolina rig, and now a glide bait. So Gray Buck is about as truthful as they come, Greg DePalma, because that is exactly the 3 baits he texted me that he was going to catch them on shallow. So that's
good to be honest.
Thank you. The next bait switch up, it's a lie though, because he hasn't listed a 4th one. So unless he just didn't disclose, you know.
Buck has a limit, 5 fish, 15 pounds, and the lead.
I don't know if you had it or not. Come on. There's like 7 of them on it. How are you not going to bite that? Got him that time. Oh. Fighting like a good one. Let's see. Not that big. Oh, jumped out of my hand. Come here. Come here. 3-pounder. That'll play. They're still here. Just gotta keep catching fish until we run into some big ones. Let's see what we got there. 3.5 probably. See if my guessing's on today.
310. Oh, we're not
belly.
Yeah, these fish are really fat right now, that's for sure. They're definitely big.
That's the dangerous part. It's great to see the variety of where these anglers are located on the map and in the lake for Champlain today. But when you see someone in a place that has won before and they're all by themselves and they start the day in 8th or 9th, that man,
watch out.
If magic happens,
it can happen.
You know. Sometimes you're fishing the inland sea and it's not on and you're still doing very well.
No doubt.
And all it takes is these other spots to just not be on for you to catch up. So keep an eye on that. Out to Emil Wagner.
I got the little one.
He's probably the third or fourth guy now we've heard. You know, we got the little one that grouped up pretty good, it sounds like.
There was one way bigger with him. I guess we'll put him in there.
That's a little one?
Yeah. There was one behind him that was probably 4.5 or bigger, but he just nipped it. That one came up and smoked it. They never quit doing that.
Not too bad of a little one, Greg DePalma.
It's a good little one, dude. I mean, he put it in live well, let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
For him, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, literally. It's funny. Come on, buddy. That's another good one. Come here, bud. Get rid of one of those real little ones. Oh. That's a 3.5.
Every fish
My batteries
catch.
are dying on my scale.
Every
It's
fish catch,
super
they're all
dim.
just so healthy and beautiful, all these fish.
Nope, I was off. 3-pounder. Gets rid of 216. They're biting. They are biting this morning. Uh, 3-pounder. Yeah, that's the 216 going back.
Covering a lot of ground with our maps today, as these anglers are not grouped up tightly as we've seen in the past, and that's sometimes the difference from August to September. And that is what we're seeing right now. Christian Nash making a big jump today from 10th up the leaderboard and looking to stay there, and saw something that just caught his eye, making a recast.
We'll just boat flip them.
Boat flipping.
Don't have to worry about losing them, just breaking them off. That'll cool.
That'll call for Christian Nash. That's a good sign. And guys like him and Aaron Jagdfeld saying they're biting this morning, while others still just on 1 fish, 2 fish. A little bit of a slower start, so definitely the opportunity to switch up the leaderboard this morning.
I thought he'd be bigger than that. It's all right.
Easy, easy. Another 3-pounder. Yeah, I'd say they're biting the best they've bitten. I just gotta put my bait in front of a big one. Hard to tie with tape all over my hands. This is a Gamakatsu Horizon LG jig head. This is, as far as hooking and landing the fish, this is the best thing I found. A lot of guys throw this now. You can see the angle of that hook's kind of funky. It's not your typical J style round bend hook. When it sticks them, it has them for the most part. This is like a 1/5 ounce. I got pretty much got every size tied on. I got 1/8 ounce ones. We got some super heavy ones for the deep fishing. But if you want a good jig head for your minnows, that's as good as it gets right there.
A little bit of a jig head breakdown for Garrett Puck. Yeah, we actually have some Horizon heads with a minnow on it in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle that we'll get to later. Bassmaster Live here on a Saturday in September, catching footballs. It is football season, and here for the Nitro Boats Bassmaster Elite Qualifiers. This is the first edition of these, where the Opens anglers narrowed down and qualify for the last 3 events, where you take your season-long marathon and you turn it into a sprint to qualify for the Elite Series.
Oh gosh. It's so fun. It's 3 for 3 right there. Yeah, I think it's 4 in a row, dude. It's insane. Oh, she's not that big. Come here. Oh, jumped out of my hand. Come on. I don't know if she's gonna help. 4 and 4 casts? Can't complain about that. That's awesome.
Not too shabby. 4 in a row for Aaron Jagdfeld. We head south towards Christian Nash.
Nash was 10th, took the lead. Jagdfeld was 9th. Now he's got the lead in the best bag.
I feel cool. 3-pounder.
This is his 10th B.A.S.S. event. He's won a
crazy.
couple BFLs last year.
It's a smallie. He's swimming straight to the boat. Finally. There we go. A little bit of a slow start, but that's not a bad one.
Mark's had a 5.12 yesterday. That's a big helper for your bag.
Right now we got 9 anglers versus Aaron Jagdfeld. Go back out to Aaron Jagdfeld. He is on fire catching fish after fish. But we know this Greg DePalma, at the end of the day, it still ends up being ounces apart, and you really have to separate yourself with something special.
Man, it's work, dude. It looks fun, looks easy, but man, you gotta weave through a lot of fish to get to what these guys are getting to.
$3-pounder. They're strong. Little belly scoop. Yeah. Gosh. That thing gets him. I think that'll actually probably help. Let's see if the scale will work. It'll get so annoying if this thing breaks and I gotta start beaming every single one of them, dude. Oh my gosh. Big crap show. Maybe the scale's just a little cold this morning. Yeah, it does help. I got a beam number 1 and number 3 though.
Different look for him, just the mustache. He usually has a pretty full beard.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like a 3-pounder probably. Just got around a little pod of them. Oh, start. Not too big, but we'll take them. Finally saw one that wanted to eat.
Nine anglers are now on the board, 3 limits. We're only an hour and a half in.
Yeah, the numbers catching gets a lot easier when, you know, the wind lays down like this. But I will say, when it does blow in all these smallmouth places, then big ones do bite better. There's no doubt about it. You know what I mean?
Just getting there sucks.
Yeah.
And getting there and getting back sucks.
Yep. I've called big bags every which way. Flat, slick calm, the real rough, but as a whole, I'd say the rough is where them big ones get off the bottom a lot better. You can.
It seems like when it's a sunny, bright, clear day, those deeper fish tend to bite good, and the suspended fish. And when it's really cloudy and windy, those shallow barfish get real aggressive. It doesn't deter them, and we see that some too.
For sure.
We saw that in a couple of those 2020, 2021 events there.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Hangy, Auburn University. Not only got his degree in something, but he got it in bass fishing as well, and he has paid off through the Nations and the Opens, doing so well in 2024 and 2025. Looking to do even better. 2 events from now, he could be on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Next one will be in the state of Alabama at Lake Wheeler Lake, and it in Okeechobee in November. Got a great group of anglers, a couple anglers fishing for the win today exclusively. Neil Wagner, one of those anglers, Paul Marks as well. Everyone else fishing for points because they will be so valuable. We'll be right back to Lake Champlain. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here on the final day of Lake Champlain. Beautiful Plattsburgh, New York. Today, we may see, refresh my memory, Greg DePalma. I feel like I remember a lot of things. This could be the first time I've seen Champlain won in New York.
Oh.
It's always on the east side in Vermont, and we've got a lot of our field in New York today. We've got 5-5 split. Normally it's 9-1, and we have half of them in New York today, and a couple of our leaders.
You might be right. I
just can't remember.
I can't either. It's been so long, honestly. I think you are right.
I mean, you're literally splitting hairs at tie when it gets down there, but other than that, it's...
That's what I refer to, would be tie.
Throw them in there.
Two-pounder.
Do what? Yatesville, there ain't no wind there. Depends who you ask. If you ask Cam, they're always there. Jeez. If I can't catch one right here, I suck. I'm looking at about 8 smallmouth. Got him wrapped up in my line. It's big and too, I think. He's hooked funny. Got him by his gill plate or something. Gliding him all the way to the boat. Let me get you in a boat. I want to throw at your buddies. He ain't hooked. He's hooked weird. He ain't big enough to be acting like that. Got one of them to bite. I ain't weighing him right now.
Sure was our day one leader, 23 pounds, 9 ounces.
It's a big bag, man.
Paul Marks topped it by 2 ounces yesterday.
What's so interesting is when we look at the 5 and 5 split, first, second, third, and fourth coming in today. Emil Wagner, Matt Messer, Paul Marks, Gray Buck, all are in the same general vicinity of Champlain on the New York side. Like they're all, like it's not like one's way north, one's way south, one's east, one's west. They're all in that general region of which, like you were talking about, Greg, shows that where maybe fish are migrating or where the group that's firing this week is.
Looking at the map, the last 2 days didn't see that many people on the New York side. There were more Mallett's Bay, Inland Sea, that side.
Champlain is one of the few smallmouth places in the country that I would say these fish really tend to group by size like a true smallmouth fishery would. You can catch some small ones in the mix, but like your core average is going to be the same per area. You just got to find them a little bit heavier areas.
You're saying the guys fishing now, New York could move, especially with the weather. Blowing over 10 miles an hour today, the winds.
They could, but you have to understand on this place, like, the inland sea might be putting out 20-pound bags, but you might slide down 4 or 5 miles and you might be in 21-pound bags.
3 3/4.
It's just how this place fishes. It's been that way before live scoop. It's always
it changes though, too.
It does change. The areas change constantly. They change throughout the seasons. But that's what you're mainly looking for on Champlain. It's a little bit heavier concentration of fish, because as you can see, it's ounces.
New leader by an ounce, Christian Nash, 18 pounds so far, making his move up. And you might think, well, he trailed by a couple pounds to start the day. Well, it helps when the second place guy right now started the day in 9th place. Yeah. So the two lowest guys making the biggest moves today, and we're still waiting for our leaders to gain a limit. Emil Wagner has 3. Paul Marks has 1. Matt Messer has 1.
Nash and Jagfield are over 60 pounds total for 3 days. What do you think with 40?
All right. Very good. Do they have a fishing team there?
No, he was kind of trying to get one going, and a couple of guys did about 10 years ago.
Okay.
He's actually talked to one of them. And I mean, they had a, I don't think they did go to you.
Yeah.
Greg, our baseline leader was Wagner with 45 pounds, 11. Messer was 2 ounces back. What's it going to take to win this event? Another 22?
Yeah.
What their average is? So
I'm going to have to say yes. It absolutely has to. The guys are just too good. Technology is
67 and a half, almost 70.
Yeah, it's going to be a high one. There's no doubt about it. Like I said, every time we come back here, it goes up a half a pound more, as per cut, if you will.
That's why it makes it difficult. If you don't slip as a leader,
yep,
that would put it in the high 67s. Christian Nash has 18 pounds right now, and he's at 60-13. So him coming from 10th, it looks good right now. But once these guys, Steve Bowman always said this covering the water, when you get to smallmouth tournaments, when everyone gets a limit, then you can start to make your determination, because you expect everyone to catch 5. And right now it looks good.
Yep.
He's going to need 25 pounds, Greg, to hit that mark we were just saying of 67 and change. So that's a hard ground to make. Someone's got to slip for Christian in them.
Yeah.
Nice to have a bag builder early, though.
Yeah.
Those 4.5 pounders.
Yeah, it definitely feels good, even though it doesn't look good. But man, 25 pounds out here is a different animal.
Yeah. Matt Messer, the 310 so far this morning. Did have a small one he put in the live well, but he has since thrown that back, we heard. Another good one there for Matt.
Yep, not bad. Well, they might be in this little hole about 600 yards away from where I caught them at the first day. Keep them coming.
Again, we're less than 2 hours into the fishing day.
Mm-hmm. You kind of heard him just say, you know, he was 600 yards away from where he caught him the other day. Like, these fish are, they move, man. And that's the biggest player out here for the guys that are going to win. They're going to make them key decisions to get off of what they've had.
Gosh. Come here. Still can't keep hold of him. If I mess around and do win this thing, it definitely won't be because my fish landing ability. It's another pretty good one. Fatty. See, we can't get a few more.
Just shows how fast
Yes,
it can
sir.
happen.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing, catches a small one,
We'll try to see if I
decides
can
to
catch
keep
100 of
it.
these things.
Then we go 1,
They're
2, 3
in
real
here.
quick and throws the small one back.
Don't take long.
Just got that minnow out. Brand new one. Touched it. Huh? I just got a new one out. Moving my arm to put it on my bait, and it caught my elbow and ripped it in half. Gonna have to slow down a little bit here. Things are getting intense.
Matt Messer, your day one leader, 23.9. Hard to say he fell back yesterday, but he did slide into second with 22 even. Him and Emil Wagner basically flip-flopping day one and day two weights, and a 2-ounce difference between those two. About a pound and a half difference from those two to third place, so they had a little bit of a lead when the rest of the top 10 are about 3 and change apart, and half of that is from second to third. That's a good gap for the top two.
Very good gap.
So he's hooked up again.
Another pretty good one. I don't know how big any of them are. I suck at judging them. That's a big one though. Boat flipping them. You get the momentum coming, you can swing them. Yes, sir. Big ones. Fat girls. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more, and then we'll weigh them, see about what we got. Give me some. It's got intense for a minute.
Matt Messer making a charge. See, you can't get happy with a move from 10th because in a blink of an eye, a guy goes and has 4 or 5 fish real quick, and Matt Messer, who was down in the 44-pound range, now up in the 57-pound range in just a few minutes' time. Still waiting for a limit for our day one and day two leaders as they charge back up the leaderboard. Welcome back to the Nitro Boats Bassmaster EQ Series at Lake Champlain here in Plattsburgh, New York, with our live coverage today brought to you by Mercury. What a great place. And you were talking about it, Greg. We were mentioning the 3 events that all these 8 opens events, the top 50 in each division, now make it down to this series, 3 events. You've got Lake Champlain in mid-September. You've got Wheeler Lake in early October, and you have Lake Okeechobee in November. 3 totally different fisheries to decide 10 elite spots.
They are going to absolutely have to work for it. This is going to decide who is the best of the best out of these guys this year.
So we head up to Russ Lane, headed farther north than we've seen anyone else today. And our only angler without one on the board. Looks like he has gone shallow flipping now.
Matt Messer, that was his 3rd 4-pounder in a row. He's taken back the lead. He was day 1 leader.
Huh. Flipping up smallmouth. Take that. Ain't not a bad one either.
No, that's not.
Probably a 3-pounder, I guess.
Russ Lane going to his backup game plan flipping and expected a largemouth, but lands a smallmouth to kick off his day.
Get out of there. Oh, I hate to even put him in there. I'll keep going in there. But we gotta have the limit first.
Goes to show you he had a big school of fish that he had marked and dialed in the first 2 days. Russ Lane did, and went there and said they couldn't have gone far, but did not find them. So he's now adjusting. And Greg, you know, you can go back in an hour or two, and they're back right where they should be. You don't know where they were sleeping this morning.
100%. You hear the guys talking about the fish down the bottom. That's exactly what they're doing. If they're not up, they're sitting on the bottom.
I think this one's on target. It is. Are they hungry enough? I think it's a decent one. Maybe. Fat one. A little fatty, not too big, but help the cause. Hey. Two.
Good one for Sam Hangy as we go over to Emil Wagner, our day 2 leader here by just 2 ounces over Matt Messer. We saw him making a move just a little bit earlier. Nothing but 4-pounders today for Emil Wagner. Anything less, he is not interested in that. Greg DePalma, he's not fishing for points either. As a qualified elite angler, he is only fishing for wins and a better payday, Such, as we see him hooked up right here.
Oh yeah.
He's in good position, man, to do what he's doing. So I don't blame him one bit. It's a good day to be Emil Wagner.
tell if he was 3 or 4. Oh, he's really not that big. Yeah, he's not big. Not big at all. I'm gonna throw him back.
Didn't even flinch on that one, Greg, because we've seen that already this morning, so not shocking.
He's dialed in, man.
Put a 4-pounder on Bass Track and then a 3-pounder and a 310. 312, I believe.
You had to calm the nerves down a little bit.
Yeah, there goes a certain point where it's you catch a 3-pounder to start, you're like, eh, and then you go through a 2-pounder, 2-pounder, 3-pounder, and you're like, I should maybe keep one.
Maybe I should keep
and
that
then and then you're like, okay, well, I'll throw them back later when I cull.
Unreal.
Do we know what the 3-day total record is for this place?
We've had a couple 3-day events. I think this is the 8th open overall.
I'm looking now. You had 58, 10, 59, 13. And maybe Brian Schmidt. Let me go back.
You got to also look at Aaron Martin's Elite Series event when we had 3 days here.
Oh,
that's true. Good call.
58, 12.
Big or not. Sometimes it's 2.5 pounder to kick your butt.
In 2016, Brian Schmidt, 59, 13.
Like this one.
already beat that.
Yeah, records might fall today.
Not that big. Fights so hard though. I don't think he's gonna help. Yeah, I think the scale was just cold because now it's working.
Denny Brower's won here. Joe Lucarelli, Mike Iaconelli. 1999.
Right under the boat for Paul Marks and in the boat.
Got some jelly roll rolling.
Maybe that was in the boat beside him. Maybe Jelly Roll's out there. I don't know.
Maybe. He's catching jelly rolls.
Came in the boat. Yeah, that's what they do. They just, for whatever reason.
His side view for like a split second reminded me of Polnick.
3.5 pounder, not bad.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Yamaha.
Hey, if you close your close your eyes and just listen to Emil Wagner talk, you'll maybe think it's Justin Lucas as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're.
Is Emil from out west?
No.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Hey, Marks has our biggest bag this week, 23.11 yesterday. Jumped from 33rd to 3rd place.
I mean, that's a big bag.
It's almost as good as the biggest we've ever had here, which was Fujita when he won. He had 23.14.
It's only a matter of time before we see 25 here. It's coming. There's no doubt about it.
That's a good one.
Y'all stay right there if you don't mind, please.
Emil may be pulling that school to him, and now that camera boat's hanging close.
Not a very big one.
Without a doubt, that's happening.
He might. I swear those are the hardest fighting ones.
Totally different situation for Emil Wagner. This time last year, he was still fighting for his life to make the Bassmaster Elite Series, and now he's a stoic Elite Series pro. Got second in Rookie of the Year and made a couple top 10s throughout the season, and now looking to, I guess, give some payback, you know? There have been some elite guys fish opens in the past and be a hindrance to him. Now he is the hindrance here at Lake Champlain. Wagner trying to regain his lead. Welcome back to the Nitro boats. Bassmaster Elite Qualifiers. Stop one here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. Weather yesterday a little bit rougher. Today, not too shabby for a Lake Champlain in September. It can be deadly this time of the year. We were joined by Greg DePalma, Elite Series Pro, and Northerner. We'll call you a Northeast angler. More of a Jersey and a Philly flair to your game, but a great track record here on Champlain. And boy, the longer we get into the season, the rougher it can get. So we have been blessed with 3 full days of competition here, no matter what the waves look like yesterday.
Oh yeah. Might have spoke too soon on the catching 100 of them. I didn't get a very good hook set in him. I hope his boat don't come over here and mess with me. That thing's big. Or maybe he is. No, he ain't little. Less than 4. I ain't weighing them yet. I don't want this guy to come over here and get on them. I mean, I really don't care if he does or not, but I want to show my bait to him real quick first. Make sure it's just 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's pretty important.
Yeah.
Cody Stahl learned that this week.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He had 6 in his live well, lost 2 pounds.
You know, things are fast and furious. It's never happened to me, but I can see how it can happen.
You have a system, you have your...
Yeah, I tag them all.
I normally catch my 5th at 2 o'clock, so I'm normally we're really all good.
Feels bigger. I hope that's a bass. That's a bass. I got him. It's good. Not bad. Ooh. Maybe a 4.
Christian Nash definitely making some waves out on Lake Champlain. Moving from 10th place up our leaderboard today. The Tennessee angler shined in the first event of the year at Clark's Hill and now was in the lead. Matt Messer's going on a flurry, but Christian Nash hanging tough there. Like we mentioned, it takes upper 50s for 3 days of competition. We are already well over that. Christian Nash is one of those reasons for it, no doubt about it. And he is, so far this morning, our Mercury move of the day. What a solid start. 19 pounds a day. It used to be something you could shake a stick at. Not anymore. You got to have the upper 20s, but 19 pounds in the first hour and a half of the day. Good start for him. 3.5 pounder, kicking it off early, and then a couple 4 pounders, a couple close to 4 as well. And he is right on the right track to having 20 pounds. But today, starting a few pounds back, he's going to need, I'm going to say, a 5 pounder today if he really wants to stay in our realistic top 3. But right now, an hour and a half, 2 hours into the day, not too shabby of a move.
No, good start. Of course,
Mercury move of the morning.
Messer's 5th fish gave him 19.13. So he's back on top with 65.6.
Back out to Russ Lane, fishing far north. Switched up his game plan from his starting area, deep smallmouth, and went flipping and caught some shallow smallmouth already since making that change.
This is a pretty good largemouth hole where he's at.
Don't come off.
There has been some major tournaments won off this spot.
This looks like he's, I didn't get a glimpse at his bait if you guys did, but it looks like it's a
I'm going to say
crankbait or
I would say that or a chatterbait. It's one of the two.
Jose is, he may not be. He's be pulling good. Pretty good one. That's the way you want to see him eat it right there.
Crankbait, yep.
Pretty fish. Ain't big enough to be pretty.
A lot of places you can go, and Russ Lane's showing that in his second spot adjustment. As we take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. We're down at the bottom where Ticonderoga is. That's won a few events in the past. As we make our way north, such a big fishery, 490 square miles. We've got smallmouth in play, largemouth in play. You've got New York to the west, Vermont to the east for this fishery. The 17th B.A.S.S event here. This is our first Bassmaster EQ event here, but for 3-day tournaments, this is our 8th version of it, the semi-pro style of Bassmaster tournaments. So half and half elites and open style events. Big deal this week though. Last year, we are 2 feet lower water than we were last year. And when we go back to 2023, we are 4 feet lower. And so Greg DePalma, we're seeing a lot more land exposed here, and it makes navigating to where we just saw Russ Lane fish a little bit more difficult in some of those blow-throughs. It does get pretty shallow.
For sure. Yeah, it's a tiny lake now. You know, it got really small. It's like Oneida.
Yeah, absolutely. We lost a lot of square footage, losing a couple feet of water, but we've seen it in the past. In 2023, when the water was 4 foot higher than it is now, a lot of people said largemouth would factor. We saw no largemouth factor, and then it was 2 feet higher than it is now last year, and we saw a largemouth factor in the victory. It's interesting how slight water level changes. When you expect it to help something, it doesn't. And when you expect it to hurt something, it doesn't either. So you gotta always stay on your toes at Champlain.
Yeah, you know, another key factor too is the grass growth. Depending on the water levels too, that happens every year. It changes a lot too. You know, with Ticonderoga, that's been the main player why it hasn't been good. You know, grass growth down there hasn't been what it's been in the past.
It's almost like if it gets too high too fast, it doesn't let it grow.
Correct.
Whereas if it was growing and then it rose in the summer after it's grown.
A lot of factors.
Aaron Jagfield, he's been staying away from the grass about as deep as you can get in the
First drum of the week. This is the Erie Special right here.
The drum?
Perfect 4-pound smallmouth size too.
Yep.
Feel my jig right in the side of the boat, bro.
You know, there's a lot of them in
Erie
Lake Champlain,
Special.
but it's not like Erie. Erie is just, I mean, Jesus. That's why he just said Erie Special, because it's overrun with them things.
Now, Greg DePalma, we've heard talk that next August, when we have the Elite with no forward-facing sonar, Ticonderoga might come back into play. Would that have to have water rise and some growth, plant life growth down there, or what?
There will be enough life down there for that tournament if you find the right area, no matter what's going on.
My spool.
For sure.
And now I believe it's about all going to be knotted up. Unfortunate. Give his bass a break for a second. Oh no, it didn't knot up. I don't know how you use spinning reels, buddy. But it's bad. You should have seen me the first couple of days. I've got better at it now.
We've seen Matt Messer on the final day of Bassmaster Opens in the past take the title. He did that at the Harris chain at the buzzer, on a buzzer. Old buzzbait near a lock coming back. Got it done. We'll see if Matt can jump up from second to start the day and hold the lead and win at Lake Champlain. We'll be right back. Having a great day here at the Nitro Bassmaster EQs on Lake Champlain, and is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Had a lot of changes throughout today. We've had guys go from the bottom to the top and vice versa. And as it settles out now, 2 hours and 20 minutes into the fishing day, Matt Messer has taken over his day one lead and he is back on top. Christian Nash from 10th place to second. Aaron Jagfeld from 9th place to third. Gray Buck hanging in the top 5 like he has to start the day. Garrett Paquette, big shock for some. Emil Wagner in 6th place. We know he's caught plenty of fish today, but he has let a lot of them go. Only fishing for the win, not bothering for regular-sized keepers or fish. The guy who's moved around more than anyone else today, we've seen Garrett Paquette. He started close to takeoff. He's jumped around to a few areas, and now he is to a different part of Lake Champlain. Looking to make this work as well. It seems like every time he makes a move, he catches them quick at his next spot.
You're good. He's not huge, but I guess we could always put in number 5. 3.5. Yeah, so we just got into the area where I've done all my damage this week here, and just a big long sand drop off from like 30 to 50 foot. And each day I've gone in here, it's taken like 45 minutes to kind of figure out what's going on. The first day they were out here in 50 foot, just actually at the base of the drop off, they were kind of all lined up on there. Yesterday the wind pushed them up shallower, so it's taken me a little bit each day to kind of figure out what zone they're at, and there's another one down there. But once we have, it's usually been a pretty exciting 1 to 2 hours. So I started up shallow where I caught them yesterday, never saw much, and I went back out to almost 50 foot here and immediately caught that one. And it looks like we might have another one down there to be caught. It's hard fishing this deep. You're almost you're doing like a bunch of mental math, because the fish they don't look like they're swimming, but they're swimming as fast as they can down there. You're trying to time where to cast your bait to have it fall in front of them. It's like a big game of geometry. So those kids are in school and say that, why are we learning this? It doesn't matter. It does matter for deep live scope fishing, so take that into account.
Two former Elite Series guys back-to-back, Garrett Paquette and Russ Lane, both looking to make
Yeah, some interesting distinctions
return.
around it. Garrett Paquette has a century belt, and Russ Lane's a Bass millionaire.
They're two good things to have, that's for sure.
Throw that little smallmouth back. I think that's not really small.
Head over to the New York side of things. Gray Buck been power fishing for most of his tournament. He said he hasn't caught a single one off his electronics. Been using a chatterbait, a Carolina rig, also a glide bait. He said he caught 20 pounds of smallmouth day one early and was able to go largemouth fishing when he caught a 5'11 largemouth. Very helpful. Yesterday didn't get to spend as much time largemouth fishing. His goal was to catch 20 early. Has not happened, but he's hooked up now.
There we go. It's one of the better ones. That's probably gonna be pushing for it, I think. Go get rid of one of those little ones, that's for sure. Let's see what we got.
I'd say if he weighs that with that little bit of line on there, 17-pound, it could be an ounce or two.
Yeah, for sure. I bet it is. You gotta watch it.
Oh yeah. Let's get rid of number one. It's a 4-pounder.
Yeah, so you know, some of the other fish we saw today are well over 4.
Still got one under 3 pounds. Yeah, 212.
Got to see him live this year at the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway. We'll be going there for the Elite Series, stop number 3. I'm excited about that one and the Arkansas River back-to-back, and a great fishing month of the year on tough fisheries. We get to see maybe the best that those fisheries have to offer for sure.
We're going to find out.
No forward-facing sonar there, Tom Bigby.
Yeah, I've never been to either of them places.
Didn't need it in the open this year either, but it's all good.
Ooh, nope, not yet. Turn this way. A chubby one.
A few ounces shy of 20 pounds on bass track for Matt Messer, and
we're going to do some weighing now.
2 that are 310 still in his boat, he says.
Still
3
good,
4
though.
pounders. He's got the full house.
Yeah.
So he can get 4 of a kind.
But I don't know what one to throw.
Just goes to show you when you have a 23.9 day how easy it looks, and a 22.0 day how easy it looks. You either have to have all 4s to 4.5s, or you do have to have one close to 5 pounds to get to that mark. It's so crazy how you could get gate kept at 20 pounds and finish 40th place after 20 a day.
Messer was among the guys who said they had a rougher morning yesterday and came on late in the afternoon. He caught 2 big ones, including like a 5.2.
Wow.
That they weighed in the afternoon to get up to 22 pounds.
It's going to happen again today. That afternoon bite's going to be the deal for sure. It's
Yeah,
going to be the game
we're
changer.
barely 2.5 hours in.
He's got one tangled up in there.
Sixth angler with a limit.
Got to see Russ start with a flutter spoon. Then Russ flips up some smallmouth. Now he's cranking up a few largemouth.
Next tournament should be right in his wheelhouse, right? Wheeler, right?
Yeah, Wheeler. He's not far from where he's from. These last 2 should set up well in theory for him. Great start here as well. We know you're going to have 3 good finishes. You're going to outlast the rest and be in the top 10 in points. Fist bump all around. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake Champlain. Out with Gray Buck on the water right now. Championship Saturday. The top 10 anglers out of our 100 angler field for the Bassmaster EQ series, all fighting for 10 spots in the Bassmaster Elite Series and a classic opportunity as Gray Buck's hooked up.
I'm gonna come back there.
Just see how shallow he is fishing.
Ooh. Angry on. Oh, it's another good one. Ooh, I probably should have flipped him. He's barely hooked. Chatterbait though, it's my favorite. If I can catch him one way, that's it. If everybody knows me, that is my go-to. That's a thick one there. There's a 4 1/4.
That's a good upgrade.
Let's see, that was number 2.
might help maybe. Yeah.
Looked like a big one. Lord, they're wild. Not cool. Yeah, they're cool.
Christian Nash definitely, small upgrades help, but definitely needs half pound to pound variety upgrades if he wants to complete that comeback from 10th to the top today.
He's got 19.4 running. He's got 2 4.0s and 3 fish that he put in Bass Track is 3.12. So he's got the true full house.
There he is. Oh, that's a good.
Catching smallmouth on a chatterbait is absolutely fun. I mean, it's like hitting a wall.
You'll bend a hook closed and...
There we go. Green one.
Oh.
They like chatterbaits too. I'll throw it all everywhere I go. I was taking pictures this year of every off-the-wall species I've caught on it. It's unbelievable. Stripers eat it, bowfin eat it.
What does gray buck have? It's got to be getting up there.
Let's see, it's near 18 right now. This will give him 18.8 right there.
3 3/4.
Heavy 3, almost a 4. He's caught the second most keepers today behind Christian Nash.
He could be, he could be dangerous today because there's nobody else on all the other stuff.
And you always hope that you can catch a 5+ pounder, Greg, but at Lake Champlain, until you do, you don't know if you can. And he's already caught a 5+ pounder this week, so he knows at least a clue on maybe where they live.
Yeah.
Whereas you can fish Champlain probably, every day possible and catch as many 4s as you want, and you maybe don't catch a 5. So.
Yeah. There's some really good stretches, and I'm sure Greg knows them. He's been up here a ton too, for largemouth. And like I said, there's only 10 guys out here today. Them stretches are probably vacant right now.
Long, he didn't look very fat though. Looks like his skin hooked over. I was gonna say better scoop him, but nah. Yeah. Just ain't got no belly on him. Quit. Not as big over here as I thought they were. It's just a 3.5 pounder.
It's fished. Ooh, they're sluggish though.
That's a lot of them.
Ooh.
I've seen schools out here that'll make you blow your mind. They're just so massive of schools. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Should be a 4-pounder. He is dogging me. My goodness. Oh. 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 Oh yeah, that's a fatty. That is a fatty. Heck yeah, check that one out. It's from my buddy Robert G, little belly pat. Oh yeah. See what he goes. That's one of those wolf packs. It's all 4+ pounders. Yeah, he's 4.5. It's a good one.
Pound cull. But he's still got a 112 in his 5.
Sam Hangy.
I like it.
Out of all of the guys in the top 10 right now, probably wants this win more than anyone because he is a Knoxville native and would love to fish the Classic in Knoxville next year.
That'd be cool. Where's the boat?
It's a little smallmouth, I think.
So I was gonna say probably brown one. Chase it all the way back.
Yeah.
Upgrades all around. Sam Hangy, Russ Lane. Matt Messer did his in a flurry about an hour ago to jump into our lead. Still waiting for our day 2 leader, Emil Wagner, to get his limit. Paul Marks started the day in 3rd as well. They're both just shooting for the win, not the points. Everyone else here needs points to make it to the elites. We'll be right back. Morning has flown by here for the first stop of the Nitro Bassmaster EQ series here at Lake Champlain. Our live coverage today is brought to you by Mercury. Yeah, the first hour was kind of a feel it out process. Some guys caught some small ones, decided to throw them back or not keep them. And Then all of a sudden, hour 2, everyone started exploding. Matt Messer had his time to shine. Some guys like Paul Marks have been moving around the fishery. Garrett Paquette has been jumping around a bunch as well, Russ Lane. And Paul is looking for his window of time where he's going to get right. He has fallen down to 9th place in our Bass Track leaderboard right now. Started the day in 3rd.
Little guy. Take him at 3 pounds.
£3. Yes, it's his 3rd keeper. Greg, does nothing for you on Lake Champlain. 3-pounders don't do anything for you.
No, that's for sure, especially nowadays. Back in the day, yeah, maybe, not no more.
Yeah, 23.11 yesterday. That's averaging over 4.5 each fish, so he's a pound and change shy so far.
Out to Garrett Paquette, another guy who's been moving around trying a bunch of different places and techniques.
That might be a good one. That's a better one.
Bunch of 3-pounders for Garrett Paquette. Really hasn't caught a good one today. This will most definitely be his biggest of the day. Great chance to upgrade for him as well, with nothing but 3s in his live well.
There we go. There we go. That might be one of the biggest ones I've caught this week. Look at that thing. Look at how fat he is.
That one is built for sure. Real dark one as well.
That's a good one, man.
The biggest one we've seen today.
Might be.
That's a 5-pounder.
Wow.
Oh.
That is the biggest one I've caught this week.
Wow.
Oh, dude, that's huge.
G-Money's back.
G-Money. he was
5-pounders. Unbelievable. I mean, it's like
Look at that.
2-pound gain on that one.
2-pound upgrade will put him from that 15 range to the 17s, and that's huge. We'll need a few more of those to replace those other 3-pounders, but a 5-pounder.
He's been consistent. I mean, we had 21 plus both days. Or he had, yeah, it was something like that.
21.4, 21.12.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Sweet. Thank you.
Got something figured out.
21.5 pounds roughly on average every day. If he upgrades to all those 3s to a 4, that's 4 more pounds. He'd be at 21.5. So he is on pace. Go out to Cody Stahl. Like he's flipping some vegetation.
I like it. 2 ounce weight to the face, baby.
Wow.
Now that's fun.
It's a pretty good one.
Rest of the day, baby. That's what I like doing right there.
We talked about it earlier. It's not just the size of the fish on a lake to show how good a lake is, but it's that you can do multiple types of things with both species. We see a 5-pound smallmouth come from deep water, and then moments later we see a 2-ounce weight through some vegetation for basically a 4-pound largemouth. So he said, that's all I'm doing the rest of today, so I look forward to seeing him switch up in an hour. No, I'm just kidding. I look forward to Cody flipping vegetation the rest of the day, he says.
So many anglers have said this has become their favorite, among their favorite fisheries when they fish it.
I think most people, like, yeah, you just said it. Most people that have fished here say it. I mean, you can do anything you want here all year long.
That's 5 fish now for Cody Stahl.
That's quick.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Wow.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Give me some of that.
That is 2 good ones.
That was a good one right there. That was a real good one.
I thought it was a replay, but then I saw it was a different angle.
I did too. I was like, yeah.
A lot of gas looking for this stuff this week. A lot of gas. But I knew it was going to be a player this week for sure. With the water level down.
I want to add something, Ronnie. You keep saying these guys, only 8 of them are fishing for points today. They're fishing for almost 60 grand for first place in a classic berth and the points for the EQ to get into our elite series next year.
I tried to tee you up earlier on the money deal, and you just looked at me. You're like, I'm not getting paid the money. I'm not talking about it. Yeah. Russ Lane hooked up.
The list.
He's on a rig or something. He was dragging something down there. Maybe just a Texas rig.
Yes.
Suit, you got your green ones coming in today.
Yeah, there they are. I think Fighter was targeting largemouth and said he threw a jig under a dock and caught a smallmouth. Said, I'm counting it as a buck. Well, just because of the way I caught it.
I believe it.
I don't want to bite, we catch these things.
Go from Garrett Paquette 5-pounder, 2 4-pounders for Cody Stahl, largemouth flipping. We go to Russ Lane, as far north as we've seen, and now over to Aaron Jagdfeld in the Inland Sea.
Decent one.
Well, Aaron Jagdfeld with a decent one there, it looked like. We'll look at Bass Track to see if it gets in the boat. We're going to continue coverage about an hour or so. Bassmaster.com, Roku Sports Channel. We'll see you there.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here for the final day of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, and it's the Nitro Bassmaster EQ Series here at Lake Champlain. Look at the leaderboard here as Matt Messer, your day one leader, back on top like we saw earlier this morning. Sam Hangy, though, making a big move during our hour break. 62 pounds, 9 ounces. He is in second place now. Gray Buck hanging in the top 5 all morning. Christian Nash, we said what a great morning from 10th to 1st, but he would have to have a giant bag today to stay up there. He has fallen to 4th place. Paul Marks, Aaron Jagdfeld, Cody Stahl, Garrett Paquette, Emil Wagner, and Russ Lane. That rounds out your top 10 here at Lake Champlain. And we talked about it. Greg DePalma with us, Mike Sukon with us here in studio. We've had about an equal distribution of guys on the main drag of Champlain on the New York side, and 5 of them around the Inland Sea region as we head over to Christian Nash, the man of the morning, from 10th to the top of the leaderboard. He's now fallen back to 4th and needs the afternoon to be great for him to make a big shakeup today.
Oh, thank you, Lord. Oh, God, that's a good one.
Really?
Let's go. That one's over 4. That's a good one. Four and 3/4.
Big one. You needed a half pound to a pound upgrades for these fish this afternoon to really make a dent.
Some over 20 pounds for the day. Size of fish he was catching on day 1 when he stood 3rd place with 22.13.
Christian Nash was our leader through most of the morning, from 10th place to the lead, the first angler with a limit today. Made that big jump up the leaderboard, but was dethroned as our leader a few hours ago by Matt Messer, our day 1 leader. Day 1 with 23 pounds, 9 ounces. He had 22 yesterday and was just 2 ounces off of Emil Wagner's pace. He regained the lead after a big 4-fish flurry. Basically all 4-pounders for him during that mid-morning portion, and he is hooked up trying to extend his lead.
The big ones are showing up.
Calm down, fish. Let's go.
Dang, dude.
I wasn't going to boat flip that one, but got the momentum. Whew.
Green drum.
Good one. It's a long one. It ain't got no belly to it. A little bit. Quit. Quit. 4-pounder. $4.14.
I think Bass Track's gonna be a little late today.
Oh yeah, 414 will move some mountains today. It won't be labeled as a 5-pounder or the biggest bass of the day, but a 414 will help Matt Messer get up towards the weight he had the first 2 days as we go out to Sam Hangy just moments ago. slowest starts of the morning with Sam Hangy.
Another good one. It's a good one.
This one is pulling some drag for sure.
Giant. Yes! It's a toad. That is a toad. Oh my goodness. That is a toad.
Wow.
Let's go.
It is thick.
Frothing. That is sick. There's a bunch up there. I hadn't came up this shallow on the point. That's almost 5. Oh my goodness.
How fat it is.
It's almost a 5-pounder. Gotta be kidding me. Whew. That's gonna help. That will help. Good Lord. We got 20 pounds with only 2 4-pounders. Only 2 over 4. Look at that beast. Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's biggest of the week. I thought he was big. I didn't think he was huge.
Talk about some room to grow. 5+ pounder for Sam Hangy. Pair that with a 4-4 and 3 over 3 pounds, and he is at 20 pounds, like he said. So we go out to Paul Marks. Recently, during the break, moved up to 5th place.
Come here. Oh, it's a toad. Ain't seen one in like half a mile. Finally saw one. It's a big one. Look how long that thing is. It should weigh so much. If it was fat, but it's not that fat. It's a 4-pounder.
4-pounder for Paul Marks. That was earlier today as well during our hour break. First 4-pounder of the day for him. Trying to harness that momentum that he had yesterday, Such, making a move from the 30s into the top 3. He's trying to regain that and jump back up there.
Yeah, he had a 5.12 during that round, though, Ronnie. So duplicate that. That's not easy thing to do. No.
We've seen Paul bounce around a few spots in that general region. As we head over to Cody Stahl, saw him switch gears from smallmouth fishing this morning, and right before our break, punched up 2 good largemouth fishing thick vegetation with a 2-ounce weight and 65-pound braid, and this was moments ago.
Come on, get out of there.
Yes, sir. That'll call.
My man is putting the steel to him.
Thank you, Lord.
No doubt about that.
You gotta remember the tackle you're using as well.
A step in the right direction.
We punch with an ounce weight. He said 2-ounce weight.
We have 6 fish right now. We need to throw 1 out. All right? Just don't make that mistake like I did.
Good thing he remembered that.
Find the little one and get him back.
But in all seriousness, it's like I wouldn't change a thing. I mean, it's a lesson learned. I mean, you get what you get when you make a mistake like that, and I mean, you just can't do that, you know, on a level of this caliber. So.
Referencing a 2-pound penalty from earlier this week and a culling infraction. B.A.S.S. rules state when you get your 5 fish limit, you now have to cull with your next one. If you make a cast with 6 fish in the live well, you not only have to now cull back down to 5 fish, but you also get a 2-pound penalty. And what's crazy about that, guys, we're talking about the big bag from Paul Marks yesterday, 23-11. That was a 2-pound penalty on day 1. He had 22 even on day 1. He would have had 24 pounds even. Wow. Cody Stahl would have. Without that 2-pound penalty, he would have been the day 1 leader, and he would have been the biggest bag we've seen on Champlain in quite a while.
I think maybe the biggest ever on Champlain that elites have, or opens.
I've never seen 24, I don't think.
I look back, and Fujita had 23-14 when he won. And
that mistake is definitely costly at every tournament, but on a smallmouth event, it's bad. It hurts so bad.
Like we said, that's the difference from being 6th place, 2 pounds, 10 ounces behind, to being 3rd place, 10 ounces behind.
Yeah.
And it changes the way you fish. That happened day 1. Day 2, he had to fish trying to make up that weight, whereas if he was the leader, he might have fished a little bit different, a little more relaxed, maybe a little bit more safe at times.
I've got a bigger bag than what I had yesterday. Yep. 22 even. Yep. Pretty good chance. I don't know that because my scales don't say it, but from how mine weighs to what my scales says, like how my scales go against Bassmaster scales, I probably have 22 and a half. Yeah. Now, I don't know that. Probably a little bit under 22. Yesterday I had 21.56 on my scales and weighed 22 even. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's how mine are. Once I get over like 16 pounds, they're a half pound off, but everything under that, they're like spot on. So I'd say we're a little over 16. I got a 16 beat.
You can now believe then he'll be at 67 and change based on his assumption of having over 22, which is absolutely crazy, Greg, that we always compliment Champlain that not only do you have to have 20 pounds a day to win, but multiple people will probably get close to 80 pounds for 4 days. The fact that we would be at 67 to 68 on 3 days.
Pretty impressive. It really is. Again, you know, this place has just been getting better and better every single time we show up here.
I'm going to mention, he doesn't, you mentioned a 414 earlier, Matt Messer did, and there's on his bass trek, the biggest is a 4.5. So I thought he'd be a little bit light, but he's going to make everybody else work that much harder because he was 2 ounces from the lead.
And we got a special afternoon coming up. That midday proved to be great for a few anglers as they really upgraded their bags, and Matt Messer in charge right now. Emil Wagner, not gonna hate his decision. It's a long day still, but he did fill his limit with 2 fish smaller than ones he threw back this morning. So he now has a limit as well in 8th place. We will see him try to move up and regain the lead. But right now, day 1 leader Matt Messer, large and in charge over Christian Nash.
Fans, the ultimate destination for Bassmaster.
Welcome back to the Nitro Boats Bassmaster EQ event. Stop number 1 here at Lake Champlain in Plattsburgh, New York. Live coverage today brought to you by Mercury. It is a different playing field this week, no doubt about it. You can see the shoreline. That's dry because this fishery is about 2 feet lower than it was last year. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore with Mike Sukon. You know him from Bassmaster Live and the Daily Limit. And we've got Greg DePalma, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, a legend of the Bassmaster Open Series, and a great angler here at Lake Champlain, anywhere really in the Northeast or anywhere that's got some tide to it. For sure. And Greg, appreciate you joining us today, man. Your takeaways from this morning with seeing some of those guys from the bottom rise up and now seeing Matt Messer jump back in charge.
Yeah, I really think it's fishing typical. Lake Champlain starts a little bit slow in the morning, sun gets up, then fish get up. The bigger fish are biting, there's no doubt.
Such, we've been here a lot for bass in general, 17 visits so far.
Number 17 now, yeah.
8 or 9 of them are Elite Series events over the 20 years of the Elites, but most of the time, if you get to 20 pounds a day for 4 days, you're going to win the tournament. We are now for 3 days at 67 plus pounds. It is absolutely showing out in the month of September.
Matt Messer is turning the curve, and we haven't even hit the afternoon when a lot of the big 5-pounders had been caught from these guys. 5-12 in the afternoon, 5-11. We'll see.
One good thing, we've seen great smallmouth, 5-pound plus from Garrett Paquette, Sam Hangy. You've seen a couple big largemouth from the likes of Cody Stahl. It's going to be a great afternoon of Bassmaster Live here for you. And the guy at the weigh-in site, not Hank Weldon, he's going to just be handling all the heavy bags of fish on the scales, but the man announcing the EQ weigh-ins, not only this week, but at Wheeler and Okeechobee, Mr. Tom Abraham from Bassmaster Radio joins us for Yamaha on the Line. And Tom, thank you for joining us today. And man, beautiful weather there at Lake Champlain, a little bit cooler than the state of Tennessee where you're from.
Yeah, it was nice. It was like going into the refrigerator for a little while, which was kind of cool, and to cool off a little bit. But man, it's been an incredible week. And it was blowing earlier in the week, both Thursday and Friday. It blew pretty good. Guys were coming on stage saying it's blowing 40 out there. It was really blowing about 18, but it feels like 40 when you're on Champlain. I fished an open here in 2018, and it was amazing. And it felt like light winds, and you're trying to go across to the inland sea, and there's 3, 4, 5-foot rollers out there, so it's always blowing. And guys, equipment has been a big issue in this deal. Not today, because today it's much, much calmer out there, but days 1 and 2, equipment became a big story, a big part of the story. Guys were losing their trolling motors. Guys had electronics that were breaking and so on. And in the case of Casey Scanlon, he had gone all the way down to Ticonderoga, beat himself up and his boat up quite a bit. He lost his trim. He lost his trim motor, wasn't able to trim his engine at all, ended up having to take out, and per rule, had to dump 17 pounds of fish back into the lake, and then come up and at 2 o'clock start all over again, basically within eye shot of the ramp here, and caught one more fish, and that was it. Well, what that did to him, guys, is that knocked him from the 50s all the way down into the 90s. And look, this is a 3-deal sprint. I mean, you got 6 days. If you don't make it to Championship Saturday, you got 6 days to build your numbers to get to the elites. And that one day and that one issue, that one little trim motor, could cost him a shot at being an elite next year.
Absolutely. We're seeing some big moves out on the water as we're watching some footage. Let's watch and have Tom hang out with us as we check out Matt Messer, our current leader and our day 1 leader out on the water right now. And Tom, just from what he said just a few minutes ago, he is at or better than the weight that he caught yesterday. So 23.9 day 1, 22 pounds yesterday, and he's already at that or beat that a little bit more, and he's hooked up right now. Matt Messer, he's not just a Kentucky angler, and he's not just an Opens winner in Florida. He is showing he can catch them on smallmouth territory as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and what a great start for him, and again, that'll hold up.
Boat flipping bigs today. I can bit it right beside this trolling motor. Quit. Not big enough.
Not going to help him.
No, help. Hey, Tom, you already mentioned one of the more interesting wild occurrences that happened around the weigh-in stories. What else have you heard that's of interest to you?
Well, I think that I think one of the things that's been very interesting is that there were a number of elites, current elites, that were kind of scouting for next August. And, you mentioned, I heard you earlier talking about Seth Feider. Seth had 8 of the 10 fish that he weighed were largemouth. He claims 9 because he caught a smallmouth under a dock, and he called that a largemouth. But he was basically said this was a practice tournament for him for next year with no forward-facing sonar. And he ended up finishing 20th. It took home a little bit of money as well. So we see that. We saw a number of the young guys, the Tucker Smith, our reigning AOY in the elites. He was here fishing. Andrew Loberg was here fishing. And then, of course, you have the dynamic of what is going on with a couple of guys like Emil Wagner and Paul Marks. There's a guy sitting in Salem, Virginia that's awfully interested in those two guys, because if either of those guys win, John Cruz is in the Classic. He's sitting on a bubble waiting for somebody to double qualify. And in fact, regardless of whether they fish at Wheeler or Okeechobee, if either of those two guys, because they're already qualified for the Classic, win this tournament, John Cruz is in the 2026 Bassmaster Classic.
Tom, normally you call me to get that type of info. So we haven't even brought that up because I was waiting for the afternoon, but that is fantastic info to bring up because, yes, if Paul or Emil don't, or if they win today, even if they don't fish them, it'll go back to the Elite Series field and it goes to John Cruz. So that'll be something he keeps an eye on for sure as we make a move from Matt Messer, who's looking to make another Classic. He's already made one in the past. He's looking to make another one. We're going to go all the way up, basically the farthest south angler, all the way up to Russ Lane, the farthest northern angler today. And we have to, Tom, you're a New Yorker by heart, even though you live in Tennessee. Where Russ Lane is, with the water being as low as it is, that is not an easy run to traverse up there to get to Missisquoi Bay.
Yeah, I fished at Missisquoi Bay. You have to go into Canadian waters to get into it, especially now. I fished with a guy one time that said, I don't think we can go into Canadian waters. We're going to cut the corner. It was about 12 inches, cutting that corner, and Greg DePalma knows what we're talking about there. And we went wide open, and we hit one rock, and we're both in the water, and I'm not doing this hit right now with you guys. But having said that, you cannot fish Canadian waters, but you can go into Canadian waters, back into U.S. waters to fish, and that's where he is fishing up there. Russ Lane, he's one of 2 former elites, obviously, in our top 10 here, along with Garrett Paquette trying to get back into the elites. So that's an interesting storyline. And that area that he's fishing is a good largemouth area.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we saw Russ start this morning 40 to 50 foot deep, trying to locate the school of smallmouth he started his morning every day with. Did not work out for him, so he pivoted to this game plan. And boy, it has paid off at smallmouth, and this is his best largemouth of the day, it looks like. Is there a different kind of energy, Tom? You've been around the opens where there's 200 plus boats, and sometimes that's a burden to anglers having that much boat traffic around. But now we have 100 anglers maximum, and they're the best of the best this season.
Yeah.
And they're all shooting for 10 spots for the elites, 3 Classic opportunities left. Is there a positive energy and a good feeling around this competitive environment?
Well, there is. This has very much the feel of an elite. We're using the elite stage for weigh-in, doing everything like an elite here as well. The field at 104 total or 105 total with the elites that are in this deal. The weigh-in has the feel of an elite. In other words, it's 2 hours and not 6 hours like it is sometimes at an open. But having said that, not only is there the elation, but then there's the other side. We've had a few guys. There's no guarantee. There's 95 EQs going for those 10 spots, so a little bit more than 10% going for those 10 spots. But there's no guarantee that all 95 will fish all 3 events. And one of the guys that's from Canada, he said, I'm not going to Tennessee or Alabama, and I'm not going to Florida because mathematically I can't get there. One of the heartbreaks was Laker Howell. I mean, Laker Howell, day 1, was one of only 2 guys that didn't have a limit. And Laker Howell, day 2, had almost 20. We got a nice one there. Only 20, almost 20 pounds on day 2 for Laker Howell. He's in the 90s now, and he's like, even if I finish top 10 the next 2 events, I don't think I can get in. So I'm going to go try and win my way, win a tournament.
Well, that's what I think is going to happen.
Right there.
Tom, that we're doing some math on what it's going to take to get in the top 10. You probably got to finish average finish about 20 to 25th place in all 3 events. So somebody who starts 60th, they're behind the 8 ball, aren't they?
Why did you come off?
Yeah, they are. And there's only 2 days as opposed to 3, potential 4, with an elite. So there's only 2 days that they're guaranteed at each of these events, 3 if you make the top 10. But now there's, obviously today only 8 EQs out there out of the 10. So there's really only 8 points available, if you will. 95 points will go to the winner and then on down. And that, even if when we get to Okeechobee, if there's 75 EQs left, it'll still be 95 points going to the winner and on down, so that it's fair. But it's going to be exciting, and certainly all the guys that are in the top 30 or 40, they paid 40 guys here. 40% of the field getting paid, which is wonderful, and all those guys feel like they got a shot heading to Wheeler in a couple of weeks.
Well, Tom, you said it had the feeling of an elite. I heard through the grapevine you're shooting for Dave Mercer's job as MC, so we'll just leave it at that.
No,
Thank you for joining us for the Yamaha on the line, Tom Abraham.
That's what we heard. Yes, that's the facts. Move on.
We will see you later today for the top 10 weigh-in, where you get to announce someone making the Bassmaster Classic and winning at Lake Champlain. Tom, you're doing a great job this week, and we will talk soon, and we will probably chat at Wheeler as well in just a few weeks' time. Tom Abraham, MCing the Bassmaster EQ weigh-ins, and as always, the host of Bassmaster Radio.
Thanks, Tom.
Champlain's been a beautiful place, but heartbreak for Hangy right there. The last attempt at a fish catch could have definitely helped him. He has now been passed by Christian Nash up to second place, and Sam Hangy begging to get to Knoxville, and not just to go home, but to fish a classic on his home fishery. Sam Hangy's in third, gunning for Matt Messer at the top of the leaderboard. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Nitro Boats Bassmaster EQ here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. The tournament is presented by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Seen some big catches and some big losses over the last few minutes. It was good to catch up Yamaha on the line with Tom Abraham, as he is going to be doing the final weigh-in today. The reckoning, we could say. We decide someone's going to the Bassmaster Classic.
First ever EQ winner as well, Ronnie.
Yeah. We're doing something new that seems old because it's very familiar.
Yeah.
It is just a new spin-off of our normal format as we head out to Paul Marks, one of 2 anglers today that could help get John Cruz in the Bassmaster Classic. But I'm going to go ahead and say, with fish like that is not going to help John Cruz get towards the Bassmaster Classic. He is throwing that one back.
Okay.
I know you said we're kind of hopping around a lot.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about
All right.
the fish movement.
Cool. Just came back to my area where I caught my biggest ones yesterday. It was kind of desolate this morning. So I went and ran around. I caught a couple just random place I'd never been to, pretty far south on the lake. But didn't see anything I really liked. So come back up here, gonna check this. Might run somewhere north above the ramp, not sure yet if these ones don't start cooperating. But I don't know, we'll see. It's been fun. I caught not as many fish as I've been catching, but I'm looking for big ones, so I don't think I'll catch that many. Just hoping I run into, I need 3 more of the right ones, I think. I got 2 pretty nice ones in there. But we'll see. It's been fun. Happy with another top 10 regardless. But looking for grown ones. There's 2 of them. Seemed like yesterday, later in the day, they kind of got more set up, started feeding on the bait balls a little more off the bottom. Everything I've seen today has pretty much all been coasting along the bottom.
Paul Marks to another angler needing to make up some ground today. Cody Stahl, 22 pounds on day one, could have been 24. 2-pound penalty for a culling infraction. Put him behind the 8 ball a little bit, still in good shape, and then makes the top 10. 2.5 pounds behind the leaders. He has punched up a couple big largemouth today, and he's looking to stay in that top 5 at minimum. Great points towards elite qualification. Looked up again.
That one feels a little bit bigger. Come on.
One of these times it's gonna be a 5-pounder lunch. Many bites as he's getting.
Oh!
That looked big, didn't it?
I thought it was off.
Hate to screw up a
Like an alien coming out of
it. For a little one.
I'll tell you what, the cold night last night might be helping this bite big time. Suck them fish right to the minute.
Holds a little bit more heat.
For sure. Yep.
Suspense just popped right out of there, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? He's about to do it again.
That probably wouldn't have helped. It's about 3.
Small says 212.
Is this?
Yeah.
Cody Stahl putting on a show for us, flipping some matted vegetation like Greg DePalma said could have definitely helped with the cold nights. That's holding some heat for them. Welcome into the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge. Wanted to talk about fishing at Champlain in September. Looking back through all the Bass visits, we've been there mostly in July and August, a lot more August recently with the Elite Series, but the 2 times we've been here in the month of September, Iaconelli and Schmidt have been your winners. 2 guys who love Lake Champlain and have a great reputation here. Iaconelli's 1999 Vermont Top 150 4-day event, 61 pounds, 3 ounces. And then Brian Schmidt's 2016 Open. That was the one that he basically 20 pounds a day, and he was elusive to all our cameramen. It was the day I did not like Brian Schmidt, but we have made amends since then. But if you look at the progression there, from 1999, 15 pounds pounds a day roughly to get it done to win a 4-day tournament. 20 pounds a day when it comes to 2016. And since 2016, it doesn't matter what month we're in, it seems that that weight is creeping up. It gets to the 80-pound mark for 4-day elite events. It gets gets close to the 60-pound mark for 3-day opens. But now we're seeing Lake Champlain in this mid-September. Water's a little bit lower, conditions a little bit different, and we're all the way up to 67 pounds right now that Matt Messer is leading with. We're going to probably have most of our top 10, at least 6 or 7 of them probably break the 60-pound mark and be the highest 3-day weight that we have seen at Lake Champlain. And most of those guys won't win this tournament. We will have one winner at the end, and it is encroaching on that 70-pound mark. We could still see some more headroom for somebody like a Matt Messer to get up there a little closer to the 67 to 68 pound range, but we do think he's about a pound light on Bass Track according to his estimations. So his lead, it may be 3 pounds because Christian Nash could be a little light too, but a pretty significant lead for Lake Champlain right now. Cody Stahl, we just saw him catch a couple fish that didn't necessarily help him. He's 7th place right now. But look at those weights, Greg DePalma, from 8th place up, from really all of them. Half a pound from 10th to 9th, half a pound up to 8th, and then ounces as you get all the way up to 3rd place, and then half a pound to 2nd, 3 pounds to 1st. So a one-man pull away right now. So we head out to the closest pursuer to Matt Messer, Christian Nash. He's been bouncing around this general region of Lake Champlain, just south of the inland sea all day long.
Yeah, just let me know when. Well, started off pretty good morning. Ran some new water first thing. Caught a decent bag right off the start. Now I'm just, I stopped on a couple more places and caught a 4 3/4 that really helped me out. Got me above 20. So now I'm just running a couple more areas that I hit yesterday. I pulled up here yesterday 20 minutes before I came in, and I caught a 430 something that really saved my day because I lost a couple that really hurt me yesterday, but I've still got one more area, 2 areas that I'm wanting to hit. I saved them, and we're gonna give this spot a couple more minutes, and we're probably gonna run about 20 minutes and go for it. We ain't got nothing to lose. We made the top 10. We got some good points for the EQs, so we're just gonna have fun and see what happens.
Christian Nash, still more work to be done this year. Started strong at Clarks Hill. The Tennessee angler quit his job at UPS this year to pursue the Elite Series. Nice. We're going to see some more anglers have the chance at a classic berth next week in the Striking Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lou's Watauga Lake in Tennessee. September 26th through the 29th. We'll be live Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. What a great venue to host a bass tournament. One of the best fisheries in the world. One of the best tournament venues as well. It will be a stop on the 2026 Bassmaster Elite Series, and if you saw the coin flip show, it will be without forward-facing sonar. No worries, no fear. We see that flipping is here. It's still alive and well. You've got boat docks at Champlain.
That's right.
You've got boulders as well. Some of those old dots that Greg DePalma's had for the last 20 years may pay off as, hey, where's that rock again? Oh, it's over here. I got it marked down. Don't worry. So
you told me years ago you did a lot of mapping. There's 300 shipwrecks in Champlain. You said you found a couple more recent ones that had
I have
bass on it.
And people's lost boats.
I was about to say, are some of those shipwrecks, are we deeming it a shipwreck if it happens in a tournament? Like a guy gets, you're not supposed to be on the spot. I'm
Yeah, I
sink your
guess so.
boat.
Why not, right? Still the same thing.
I heard Blackbeard always had a culling infraction.
Oh.
Come on. We may have just found him. Come on.
I feel like you could feel the stress level going up right now as the time clicks away.
And you hear the whispers. What I've learned is with the Elite Series guys, you don't hear what they say loud, you hear what they say softly. And he said, I think I might have just found them. At minimum, they'll cull out these 2-pounders.
That's a good one.
These are not too big, but compared to what we've been catching, I'll definitely call a 2-pounder. It's not a 4, but it's a 3-something. Right now, I'll take it. May have messed up though. They're probably chewing. They just left that spot. I should have left it earlier, but we got time.
Neil Wagner finished 3rd here in a tournament late June during our break from the Elite Series. Might have contributed to the factor of loving Lake Champlain now as his favorite lake.
Yeah.
I mean, they freaking saw it and just went over there and destroyed it, just like they've been doing everywhere else. Yeah. Okay.
During our commercial break, he has culled both 2-pounders. That was his last 2-pounder. Nice. Threw it back with a 3-pounder, threw that one back with a 3.5, so that is a 2.5-pound upgrade over the last couple minutes for Emil Wagner. Nothing less than 3 pounds now, and he is now 3 pounds out of the lead, according to Bass Track. Maybe 4 pounds out of the lead. Right behind Matt Messer and Christian Nash. Meanwhile, Sam Henge just got passed up by Emil. He is 4th place.
No! Got him again.
That happens a lot more than people think, especially with smallmouth where you lose them, let your bait just stay there, they'll come back and bite it.
That'd be the hungriest fish of all time. Maybe it'll help. Sure, fighting like will help. Maybe. Not as big as I'd like. It'll help a little bit. Number 1.
3 1/4 from 8:54 this morning.
Spot lock.
Sam Henge got off to the slowest start other than Russ Lane. So that number 1 was his first keeper of the day, and it was about an hour and 45 minutes into the day. We're gonna head on over. Gray Buck, who started just across the lake, now comes over to the Vermont side. He's hanging in our top 5 all morning.
Had a decent start to the morning. We caught a bunch of smallmouth and we got 1 largemouth. Now we made a little bit of a move. We're over in Mallets. We're trying to see if we can't find a largemouth over here, something kind of put us up over the top. We need probably 2 good largemouth bites. I'm gonna give it about an hour, hour and a half to see if we can't make that happen. If it doesn't, I'll probably go back and do some more smallmouth fishing and just try to kind of keep chipping away at them. I've had 2 smallmouth this week over 5. I had one right at 5 in practice and one that was like 5, not quite 5 1/4 the first day of the tournament. So they're there. It's just I feel like if I'm going to get a 5-pound largemouth bite, it's a better odds. Like it's kind of where I'm at right now. And if I'm going to give myself a chance, I think that's what I have to do. So I'm going to kind of give this a little bit of time. I'm not going to go crazy and burn up the whole day, but right now I think I'm right around 19 pounds with I think 2 3.5 that are my small ones. So we'll kind of just go from there.
Gray Buck's kind of got both game plans playing for him. He's catching smallmouth in the morning. Once he gets around 20 pounds, he makes that switch to largemouth. Hasn't gotten quite 20 pounds of smallmouth today, though. Got Greg DePalma here. We're in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section. And Greg, we talk about Casey Scanlon with Tom Abraham making the run to Ticonderoga. The risk that's involved, not only on your equipment, but just the time of fishing. We're starting to see a lot of anglers find largemouth territory close to Plattsburgh, or at least close to their smallmouth areas. And we've seen guys like Russ Lane flipping shallow cover, Cody Stahl punching vegetation. That's a factor as well. But what we've seen a lot of guys do this week is vary their jig head minnow deals. And so we've got a couple here. Walk me through when you do your trial and error, not only length of minnow, but also jig head size, how you determine that and how you experiment with it on a place like this where it's deep water, but they're not relatively relating deep.
Yeah, for sure. So, rate of fall with the jig head minnow is a big deal, believe it or not. And it changes every day, if not every hour. For me, when I face these kind of tournaments, I'll have 4 or 5, maybe the same bait, but the rate of fall of the jig head as far as the weight, I got them all rigged differently that way. As far as size in the minnow, through practice, you can kind of vary and figure it out pretty well to narrow it down. But for the most part, man, believe it or not, that little bit of a weight change can make the biggest difference of getting them fish that are following to bite.
Show me the one you brought in. I got a couple that we've used the last few weeks of smaller minnows, different ball head jigs, and you've got one there for the viewers at home.
Yeah, so basically, we talked about it earlier, the Horizon head is probably one of the best selling heads in the market right now as far as, jig head minnows go. One of the things, too, not really talked about yet as far as these tournaments have gone is, this is a 3/0. You can buy this in a 1/0 and a 2/0. If you were to bring this 5-inch bait down with a 1/0, you're going to get a lot more movement in the tail and a lot more body roll because of the smaller of the hook. So just them little fine details are making the big changes nowadays.
Sometimes even when we don't upgrade to a 7-inch minnow and we keep it 5-inch, you're seeing guys throw maybe 1/2 ounce or upgrade their size because those fish are in a different mood. Maybe when they have to hang it or keep it in a subtle distance from them, you keep the finesse style. But when they're aggressive, you can maybe get away with a faster drop, get it to them quicker, make them react faster. Is that something that you're trial and error on when you first start practice, or is that a feel it out once you get plenty of bites?
It's trial and error. It depends too. Like you said, if the fish are aggressive, you're going to want to get your cast tail into that fish as fast as possible. So if they'll bite a 1/2 ounce jig head or a 3/8, why not use it? You're saving time, you're managing time. And the other thing of that too is, the fish that aren't biting, a lot of times with a really heavy jig head, you can get reaction strikes out of them fish by falling on top of them really fast.
Well, that's awesome. We've seen some largemouth guys today. We've seen some smallmouth guys. You got Gray Buck from the Northeast. You got a couple Michigan anglers. You've even got Christian Nash from Tennessee. He's not the Tennessee River, Tennessee. He's from Dale Hollow. So some great smallmouth anglers showing it off this week at Lake Champlain. We got another one, a great angler on smallmouth in studio with us, Greg DePalma. Thanks for breaking that down a little bit about the jig head minnow. Also, we're getting to some more flipping and punching as well. I think the afternoon presents plenty of time for a guy like Cody Stahl and Russ Lane to make their move. Matt Messer, he's on top of the leaderboard right now. Christian Nash and Emil Wagner, hard charging. Beautiful Lake Champlain. Sometimes it feels like it's the Caribbean. Look how far off the shore you are and how shallow it is this time of year. Live today, brought to you by Mercury, for the first stop of the Bassmaster EQs here at Lake Champlain. We've got 3 EQs with plenty of coverage along with it. We'll be at Wheeler Lake next, which is the first week of October. We'll have live coverage on Championship Saturday there as well. And then for the final event in November for Lake Okeechobee, all 3 days covered live. They're going to get me out of this seat, and they're going to put Tommy Sanders in this seat, and I'll be over there, and seats will be moved, and we'll get the real gang back together for the final event of the season, the last live broadcast of the year.
All 3 days, right?
All 3 days.
We'll see the top 10 at Wheeler on October 4th.
Yep. We'll have Redfish Cup mixed in there in the first week in November as well. So we've got today finishing up. We've got College Bracket next week. We've got Wheeler. Then we've got Redfish Cup. And then we'll have Okeechobee for the final EQ of the season. Out with Paul Marks as we watch Matt Messer make a move. It's pretty neat.
Good pun, Ronnie.
Thanks. Does it play in your mind, Greg, as an angler? If you're Paul Marks, not that it's intimidating or not, but just noticing things.
Yeah.
He starts today 3rd, Messer's 2nd, Emil's 1st. You see Gray Buck 4th. They were all in general region today and probably saw each other driving around a few times.
It does, but if your day is unfolding where you feel like you're still in the right area, and sometimes when you lock yourself in, man, I just broke one off. Sometimes when you lock yourself in, it ends up being the best move of anybody that was in that area, you know?
Had 3 separate ones bite it, and they're just like smacking the back end of it, dude. They look big too. Wow. There are so many fish right in here. I don't know which ones I want to go after.
Kind of a lull right now, Greg DePalma. We've only had 3 fish in the last half hour that are scoreable.
It seemed like the big ones bit there for 30 minutes to an hour, then it kind of just lulled off right now, but it's going to happen again. This is going to come down to the last, whatever, 10, 15, 20 minutes a day, whoever the guys are at on the body of water. But man, I think it's going to unfold more in the end here. I really do.
I said a lot of guys reported having big catches late in the day.
So
Emil Wagner's 3-5 back, and he's got 2 3-pounders. So
yeah, it's so typical of this place.
2 calls and he's there. Pretty pictures.
Mm-hmm. Pretty well dried up or messed up or something, so we've resorted to running stuff we haven't even fished yet. Hoping it works out. Seeing a bunch right now, but man, these are hard to get to bite too. The first ones we pulled up on bit quick and easy, and I lost a really nice one that would have helped a lot. But yeah, it's kind of where we're at. Hoping the spot pans out for a couple more. Oh please, this is a giant one if he'll do it. Nope. Oh, come on. I got one of the smaller ones. Look at them all with it. That's a good one though. A really good one. Yes. Yes, came off. Not that big, but he's bigger than a 3 or whatever. Not much bigger, but.
I'll look at that ground if you've
Yep, I will. Bad trade.
This smallest is a 3. That one's way bigger.
Like 3.5. No, I mean, I don't know, my scale's weird too. That's fine. I think they were biting that 1/4 ounce better. I need to put that back on.
Headed from Emil Wagner over to Matt Messer, current leader and our day 1 leader. You heard Emil saying, you know, they might be biting the 1/4 ounce better, but you don't know until you try another size, another presentation to really be able to compare the two. So
yeah, that's kind of what we're just kind of went over there. You know, on the jig heads, I'm guessing a lot of these guys are probably starting out with either 1/8 or a 3/16.
Yeah, around there.
especially with the shallow nature of where Emil's at now, which is not his primary area.
Yep. I'm gonna have to go back through that.
Fast as he can go, not slowing down. Yeah, it's hard to even get them to see something.
So we head over to Christian Nash, said it, talked to him at Clarks Hill, and he said he was a delivery driver, I believe, with UPS, and decided to step away from that because he wasn't afforded enough time to be able to make the pursuit of the Elite Series dream a reality. So he stepped away from that and been able to do some stuff here and there while fishing the Bassmaster Opens. And at minimum, Greg, you're seeing positive results of making it to now the EQs. And your first EQ, there's some nerves probably going out day one with everyone zeroed. You finished top 10 in the first one. You now know pressure's there, but it's a little bit lesser going in the last two.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of reassuring what he did, you know, personally for himself is always a good thing. Again, there's 2 more really hard tournaments to do, but to start out with top 10 is a big deal.
It ain't that big.
I really feel like too nowadays, man, you need to be all in. You have to be. You know, I don't know what your circumstances are, but man, it's so darn tough right now.
Yeah, it's few and far between you hear guys who say they have a job that gives them enough time off to get enough fishing in.
No, it's rare.
Family company or.
Yep.
So we head out to the Island Boy in Jagfeld.
The cool part about this area is the whole thing's fishy. You know, you can literally put your trolling motor down and just fish for 8 hours and be around them all day.
I don't think it's that big, but
And what's also cool about it being fishy, Greg, is that our preconceived notions or what we thought we knew about fishing was you have a lake that's average depth 64 feet and it's 400 feet deep at its deepest. You mark off a lot of deep water where you're not even going to throw because you don't have enough line on your rod, or is there a boulder that deep? And we now know that water is used by these fish. They just may not be in the bottom. They're just everywhere we thought they weren't. And now it's just wide open. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can hate on scope all you want, but we have learned more in these last 4 years that we had no clue about.
Yeah.
So.
You don't want to get out in those real depths. That's where Champ lives.
Champy.
He's out there somewhere.
Oh, if we keep pressuring these fish, we're going to find the area of the lake that Champy's in, because we're going to go to it and we'll see a different view for sure. I could see why Champy doesn't live in the inland sea, because it's too shallow in the blow-throughs to get through.
I agree.
Got to stay on the main drag. Probably a New York dwelling creature.
Or food too.
We're wrapping up the Bassmaster EQ season in the next couple weeks, and we're going to wrap up the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series as well. Final event of the season. AOY is going to come down to this Toledo Bend in the fall, September 27th through the 28th. You can check out more info and register today with the QR code. Go to bassmaster.com, hover over the tournaments, and click the kayak tab. Welcome back to the Nitro Boats Bassmaster Elite Qualifier here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. Final day coverage here. Been a good one today. We've seen a couple different lead changes. That was your day 2 leader right there. Emil Wagner had a 2-ounce lead over Matt Messer coming into today. Those two were about 1.5 pounds ahead of Paul Marks. And we've had the leaderboard turned upside down. We've had Christian Nash from 10th place, Sam Hange and Aaron Jagfeld from 8th and 9th. They've all threatened in the top 5 today at some point. Everyone's had their moment to shine, no doubt about it. In this place, Lake Champlain has shined so well. We've seen punching grass and flipping factor for some largemouth. We've seen smallmouth in the 5-pound range show up as well. New York, Vermont, north and south. We've seen a lot today.
Wagner's last fished at 310. When his 310 cut his deficit to Messer to 211. He's got a 3-pounder, so he'd need one of the bigger bass of the week.
Yep. Or 2 real good ones.
Yes, he needs a couple culls either way, most likely.
Might be a call right here.
Gosh dang it, what am I doing? Yes. Yes. We're not out of this thing. Came over. We're not out of it. Come on. Come on. Yes, sir. Caught that one on just a real light minnow. We're fishing right off the sand drop. Finally caught a good one. Still got time. Come on.
It's gotta be a 4-pounder.
Oh my God, nice.
It's gotta be.
Where's Red at?
He's got a lot more weight than he's saying he has.
If you just catch every keeper and put them in the live well, we normally can decipher your weight. But when you're not throwing, when you're not putting 3-pounders and then you put a 2-pounder in there and then you cull them out and you're like, that's a 3, and you're like, I have no idea now.
Yep.
If you just would have put those 2s and 3s in there this morning, we would be able to deduce it.
Game on. There was a 4-0. 18 pounds, 14 ounces on the day, 111 back of Messer, who could have a little bit more, but so could Emil.
Biggest thing is that Messer has done his job. He said he thinks he's around 22. That is doing your job at Champlain. Emil is in process of doing his job. So there is a race there, but Emil still has to push through.
Not gonna help. I don't know. We're catching them now, boys. We just should have made this move earlier, but we got time. We need 3 big bites and we'll at least have a chance. That one's not gonna help. I know he won't.
That doesn't help. I need to know the weight of that one.
Close enough to weigh it, though.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing, too. I mean, these fish are deceiving.
You got a long, thin one from Graybuck this morning. You got a short 5-pounder from Garrett Paquette, you know.
You got to check them, man. You really do.
Need 3 big bites. A couple 4.5s. I think they're here. I know they're here. Correct.
It's getting gorgeous out there.
So top 60 degrees, rose 20 degrees from this morning. It's low about 40 degrees, and the winds have kept under that 8-10 mile an hour.
He's definitely seen a lot of them, that's for sure. I mean, he's getting right back in there pretty quick.
I'm just sitting right on the edge of this super shallow sand drop. I found him here in practice, but caught a few good ones, but it was nothing like that other place, so I hadn't even thought to hit it. Especially with the cold snap today, it's so shallow here. I figured it might not really be the deal, but they are here. There's some grown ones swimming around. There's a bunch of little ones too. That's the only thing. I caught a bunch of like tiny ones here, like 1-pounders, but then every now and then catch a 4+. That big one I just caught though, he was out a ways off the drop, but there's so much water right here. Still drum here too. I mean, they've been here. I don't think they moved over here, but I don't know why they left that spot I was catching them on. There was literally hundreds and hundreds of them, and today it's like a ghost town. Like even when I left yesterday evening, I left, 4-pounders biting. Just catching 430s, 440s, culling 430s, and there were so many there left, and today it was just a total ghost town. We spent our whole time there. Glad we still caught, one decent one off of it, but.
All right.
What is going on, guys? Just made a little run and trying to get a pretty big upgrade. Really need a couple more 5-pounders, but you got to do one at a time to make that happen. So hopefully we can catch one on a frog. I feel sorry for the next one that bites this thing because it's about to get the heat.
Cody Stahl, 4 pounds, 11 ounces behind, and he's looking for a couple like we saw earlier, punching some of that vegetation. That was one of the good ones, and then he had those back-to-back prior to that one that just also just moved the dial for him big time, especially after a slower smallmouth start. He had mentioned they had moved, and he really hadn't caught many this morning. That first punching fish gave him the confidence as keeper number 4 to do that the rest of the day. He caught number 5 just a few flips later. That one cold for him right there, and that was what set his day and trajectory upward.
Gosh.
He's just trying to do the unthinkable, Greg. He's trying to catch a smallmouth in a tournament and then flip up and punch with a 2-ounce weight and frog one up. That's the trifecta.
I think it's a good move. I really do, to try to win. I really do.
Nothing to lose today for Cody Stahl. He knows he won't lose today because he didn't fish for small. He knows that if he loses this week, it's because of that 2-pound penalty on day 1, which he would have been the day 1 leader, and instead was down the leaderboard a little bit and had to make a comeback to be in the top 10. Cody Stahl, 8th place there, just ounces as you can see from the top 5. We'll see who makes a big jump. We've got 2.5 hours left in the day. Welcome back to the Nitro Boats Bassmaster EQ here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. If you don't know the EQs, we took the Bassmaster Opens, the great 8 tournaments there, 4 in each division. You take the top 50 points getters in Division 1 and 50 in Division 2. We had a couple anglers double qualify for this, so we have less than 100 anglers all vying for valuable points over 3 EQ events, Champlain, Wheeler, and Okeechobee, all to decide a Elite Series qualification. Paul Marks, wow. What a jump for that one. Not fighting for points this week, Paul Marks isn't. He is an Elite Series pro in good standing. He is fighting for the win and solely the win.
Ooh. He might help. Where my scale is. Couple ounces. Green.
Greg, if we had you live out there right now, would you have like the the Olive Garden music that we hear? Nice, you know, or would you get too hungry thinking about pasta? We know you're a big pasta guy.
It's a good song. I might have it on, but I would be hungry.
What about the
garlic
what
snack?
is it? Hey, Mambo Italian. Isn't that the?
It's something like that. I don't know how to
That's another one. Yeah.
You wouldn't eat at Olive Garden. You got way better choices probably where you're from.
Oh, there's a lot of really good choices, but I will tell you, Olive Garden is very consistent. And that's why I do eat that. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to see it gets the Italian stamp of approval. I know the Outback did not get that from Carl Jochimson, so I'm glad that you gave the Olive Garden the stamp of approval.
I want to ask you, if you were fishing this event, where would you feel comfortable starting the first event of 3? We've been talking about you're going to have to really bring it, all 3 events, and average maybe top 20.
This would be the one I'd absolutely have the top 10 in for myself. I would need a top 10 here personally, just because
just being a smallmouth guy, yeah.
Smallmouth guy, and just, you know, either the next 2 and maybe the last one's going to be grueling possibly. It could be really good, I don't know, but gosh, I just feel like this would be the one for me personally that I'd have to come out of the gates firing.
I don't think we've fished too many Okeechobee November tournaments.
I've never been there. Only early, both times, in the Elite Series. Uh-oh. It looks too good. It's got to happen. Dang it.
That's why you got to follow up, even though he won't help. Still fun.
I mean, if he's not helping, yeah, let's just make sure. Tell us what doesn't help, Cody.
It's probably 2.5.
Don't be close.
Yeah, 215. At least he sniffed the frog.
3-pounder.
Gotta say the smallest fish is 212.
So we know at least.
He's got over 3s.
Not having fun doesn't help.
Oh yeah.
Gotta have fun doing it, right?
Sometimes.
Pretty stressful though.
It is
like
real
I'm
stressful.
stressed out for these guys.
These last 2 hours when you're just behind the 8 ball and you know it, that is the most stressful time, period. Granted, you made top 10, yeah, it's all good, but man, you just know you're like 1 or 2 bites from possibly winning this tournament. Not that your head's spinning, but you're like burning to get that bite really, really bad.
They're really good anglers in general, but we got to kind of figure out this whole Mississippi River Champlain connection, because Brian Schmidt, excellent on both. Chris Johnston's done excellent on both. Cody Stahl won Mississippi River last year in the Opens, and he's right here right now. Shoulda, woulda, coulda been in the top 3 coming into today, just sheer weight that he caught.
I would say Brian Schmidt is really good on Champlain because he's had a lot of history over all the years, and then I would put the Mississippi River in the realm of he's so good on Potomac.
Yeah, Potomac, James, yeah.
And I think Chris Johnson is so good at putting his head down and fishing. That's where he separates himself on the Mississippi.
Aaron Jagdfeld, Michigan man, him and Garrett Paquette in our top 10 today. Calls St. Clair his home, but he's also really good on the western side of Erie. I believe he took a Bass Nation regional win this year there.
I do remember seeing a hit like 25 or something. The one-day shootout.
It was a one-day shootout, yeah. We have been
got a high flyer.
Riddled with weather.
I'll tell you, the Opens this year, man. And this is the one you think would have a canceled date.
Supposed to bite every time.
Anglers were grateful that Hank Weldon let him go yesterday.
Yeah. He does a good job, Hank.
Gotta enjoy this one. It's been a while since caught one. Another 3-pounder.
Sounds like he's charged
so many of these in here. Hey, hey, hey.
Your thumb's gonna fall off.
Dude, I think it is. I don't think he's gonna help. gosh, like a 4.5 of a decent bag. Nope. 3 1/4. Got a lot of room to grow because I still got a 340 and 2 high 3s. Just need some 4-pounders.
So his smallest is a 3.6. So 3 1/4 didn't work. Can't overstate this. 3 tournament sprint, basically 6 guaranteed days, like Tom Abraham was saying, and somebody like Christian Nash coming in with the 8th highest points coming into today, you know, just because we're not counting Emil Wagner and Paul Marks' points. Him moving up to the 2nd highest points, that is 6 or 7 points that he can't gather any other time. This is a great move for him.
Down for me, obviously here, and we got like 19 pounds. But I got one real big one, 1 5-pounder, and then 3 kind of like 3.5-pound fish, which is a little annoying because, you know, by now, both days I've kind of had all 4-pounders. But it's like I caught that 5-pounder in the area where I've been doing most of my damage, and it's like that was almost the queen or something. They all left right away after that. So you know, now we're kind of running around the lake a little bit. I'm actually in some areas I haven't even touched in the tournament. Just trying to, you know, really go big. Just try to catch a, you know, another 4.5, 5-pounder or a couple of them. It seems like the area I was in mallets there. All that, kind of all the fish I was targeting on the sand drops, they're all acting the same way. They're either leaving or they're just incredibly hard to catch. So instead of running around and hitting 5 or 6 areas like that, I figured let's change it up completely. Now I'm kind of looking at some rockier areas here, and really, like, I'm not even hardly seeing anything as far as the smallmouth goes. So I'm really close to just changing gears completely here, and you know, maybe looking for some largemouth or getting back closer to the ramp and going after the lease fish or something like that. So that's kind of where we're at. We got, you know, a little over 2 hours left to fish, and it's not you know, it's not a horrible day by any means, but I definitely feel like there's a lot of meat left on the bone with having these mid you know, 3-pound range fish in here. So a couple big ones would really help greatly. Also, special shout out real quick to GDP in studio. He said he's commentating this and I have to make the top 10 for him, so we did go out and do that at least. So, and I guess shout out to everyone else there, Ronnie, Sue, Tommy, Davey, whoever's in the studio. Shout out to them, but special shout out to GDP.
Thanks, Garrett. I texted Garrett as soon as I found out I was going to be in studio. I said, "Hey, man, you better make top 10. I'll be in the studio." And he did it, man. He held his part up.
Well, don't do the opposite, but in 2 weeks tell him, "Hey, man, I'm going to be in studio again. I did so good. You know, you make top 10." And then he'll be like, "Shout out to GDP." And you'll be at home, but that's fine. He'll be in the top 10 then.
Yeah, right.
This was earlier today, that 5-pounder, the first 5-pounder. We saw Sam Henge also add one in there as well. This was the first 5-pound smallmouth we saw today from any of our anglers, and goes a long way, but we just see it's not always what your biggest is on Champlain, it's how big your smallest is. And that's what a lot of these anglers this afternoon that are below 5th place, trying to make those 3 evens, the 3 2s, you got to turn them into a 312 or a 4-pounder if you really want to get to that 22.5 to 23-pound mark. We have seen Mallett's Bay factor a little bit more out in the bay. Normally we see mallets, but maybe it's like on the shoreline flipping, things like that, and we're seeing a little bit more mallets show up out in the middle. Christian Nash and Garrett Paquette.
There we go. He kept it pretty cool for a 5-pounder. I give him props.
He did. And it didn't look like it right there.
Yeah.
And then when he does this, he's like, oh, okay, now let's unhook it and bring it to the side. When he held it in his palm, you could see how wide it was, and it was full up. Well, they're gonna be looking for some big ones coming up at Wheeler Lake, the Tennessee River. Gonna stop there for October 2nd through the 4th, Decatur, Alabama. And that is where the second stop of our 3 events for the EQs takes place. Be able to watch live coverage on the 4th. I don't know who our studio guests will be. Maybe we'll get some recommendations. We'll be right back. Winding down, final hour here at Lake Champlain of our coverage for the Nitro Bassmaster EQs. Our live coverage today brought to you by Mercury. We said 1 hour of fishing left for our broadcast, 2 hours of fishing to get it done for these anglers, though they will, when we end coverage, they'll have 1 more hour before checking in to determine their fate. Somebody's going to go to the Bassmaster Classic today. If Emil Wagner or Paul Marks win, John Cruz will be going to the Bassmaster Classic. If any of the other 8 anglers win today, it is their spot to lose. They just have to show up to the last 2 EQs to be granted a classic opportunity, and this guy, more than the rest, probably wants it bad. The Knoxville native, Sam Hange, fished at Auburn University and would love to fish a classic in general, but a classic in your home city, on your home fishery, would be something special for your first time, and Sam Hange's trying to make that happen. Sam's got a 5-pounder, just like Garrett Paquette in the live well.
Doesn't feel too big.
Dang. That's 2 losses today. Make or break.
Rats. He didn't feel too big. Dug pretty hard there at the end though, but oh yeah, I know. They're eating in here. It's a good sign. It's funny, you just get those little bite windows and they'll start to eat.
Making a move down lake, south and east, or south and west, as we head back over to Paul Marks, New York side of Lake Champlain.
Oh. Ooh. Just ain't big enough here.
Looks fun.
They said they were catching, half 100 fish.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
Hold 20 times by, 2 4 ounces each. That's how you get to 22, 23 pounds.
That's it, man. It's rare on this lake to pull up and just catch a big bag. Most of the times. I've only did it a handful of times.
I want to ask you if you think what'll go down in 2 weeks on Wheeler, and got any early kind of favorites of who should do well there?
Well, to tell you the truth, I did really well at Wheeler last year when we went there, but that was the only time I've ever seen the place.
Right. Okay.
One time. I do like how it fishes. I think there's going to be a real good shallow bite for sure this time of the year. I don't know if Wheeler falls into that little funk that happens every so often.
Inches of water.
Getting that sun's back. It's a pretty thick one. That's bigger than 3.
Nope.
I'm saying.
3.7.
What do you say?
I don't know, but the smallest on his bass track says 3.2 and then 3.8.
Love it. Look how low that water is, man. You know, another thing that's kind of like a little bit weird, and probably because a lot of guys are pinging a minnow, but it's weird that somebody did not find a group of largemouth that were just jam-packed somewheres because of the water being so low, you know?
Narrowed it down there.
Yeah, big time.
If they're going to be on a dock, there ain't another dock for quite a long ways here.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not like a scaredy cat or something. Just the risk of going to tie. I'm looking at the lake layout here on the desk. The risk of going to tie when you could just go to another bay that is narrowed down, you're more likely to get bites quicker. And unless you did this all practice and they're just not big ones, that's just so much risk down there, man.
It makes you wonder if Ed Lochran fished the same area as last year or not, because he had a good start. You know, he did good.
Yeah, fish,
yeah. I didn't watch him weigh in. I don't know if he had large or smallmouth, but.
See if we can't do something.
Well, last year it was 50-50. I think it was like 11-9 or 10-10 for his 20 fish for the elite.
Last hour heroics here in a little bit. So.
I looked at the map. I don't think he went down as far because he was trying to stay out of everybody's way. Remember, he only could go for the win, and he did.
Catch a 5 on a frog right here. Had 2 bites on a frog so far, but they just kind of would roll on it. They really wouldn't eat it, but ended up catching both of them. They didn't help. So.
I mean, I feel like as far as Wheeler, honestly, the way things are nowadays, anybody can win. Seriously. I mean, there's going to be a handful of Alabama guys that are going to catch them for sure. But these young guys, the one thing I will give them, these guys are putting the time in, man. You know, these younger guys that don't have families, they're really hitting it hard. So I give them that. I really do.
There was guys who qualified in Division I at the St. Lawrence and opted not to go to Division II at Leech Lake to pre-fish Champlain and Wheeler before the cutoff.
Totally believe it.
Instead of trying to go double qualifier, yes, you're losing a classic opportunity by not going to Leech, but if now you've accomplished your first checkpoint goal and now you're going to go to the EQs, giving it a pre-fish for Champlain. I mean, I didn't know Champlain was low until this week. So if you just showed up there, you just think, and you're like, whoa, this is a surprise. Whereas if you pre-fished it, you knew they've been in drought. You've seen that.
Oh gosh. Come on, stay on there, baby. Oh gosh, stay on. Oh no, come here. Come here. You got a big belly. Yes. That could be some meat. Whew. I don't know how big, but she's fat.
How chunky that thing is.
Yes, sir.
I think that's Bo Thomas in the background.
That's
Michigander.
It's not as big as I thought, but he's gosh, he'll help. A little bit bigger than that. Almost 4.5. That's
a fat little fish, dude.
Out there I've got Bo Thomas,
Yep, called that
Hayden
one.
Gaddis, and Lucas Murphy. It's the boys I travel with. Come out here and watch me. It's pretty cool. Come out here and try to slam some big old smallies. Okay. That's a good one. Fat girl.
But now we're at 21 pounds for that fish.
21.
66.10 total. Could be air light.
In command. Like we said, he already did his job today. Emil Wagner in process of doing his job. Both of those guys have been in the 22 to 23 pound range, and nothing is showing that they're not going to do that today. They got to get there 3 days in a row. Final hour here at the Nitro Bassmaster Elite Qualifier at Lake Champlain. One of 3 stops for the fall trail. September, October, November, Champlain, Wheeler, Okeechobee. 10 spots will go to the Elite Series. Everyone else will try again in 2026, which the schedule was announced the other day, and it's a pretty jam-packed, awesome schedule as well. And the way they're doing forward-facing sonar, it's starting, yes, you can use it for Division 1, stop number 1, and it just alternates, and then you can't use it for stop number 1, Division 2, and it alternates there. So it's 4 and 4 basically, 2 in each division. Matt Messer, our leader.
He ain't gonna help.
Got to be a good one to help.
Gosh. I don't think you can help me. This is real fat.
I hear his boys yelling.
Going wild out there. He's a healthy one. It's crazy these fish ain't helping me.
That's a good problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is a good problem to have. Wish some of them would help me though. Ooh. Yes, sir. Looking for a 5-pounder. 5-pounder. Looking for them.
It's the big difference between him and second place Emil Wagner right now is Emil still has 3 that are right around that high 3 range. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, Mike Sukon, Ronnie Moore, and we got Greg DePalma in studio. Greg, it's your off season, but I know there's a lot of prep for next season that goes into it. What are you doing when you fly out of here and head home for, I guess, the next extended period of time?
Yeah, so Ronnie called me this week to come out here and do this, and I said, Ronnie, I got another obligation. Let me see if I can get out of it. So one of my other sponsors kind of split the difference. Susquehanna Fishing Tackle, Mike and George, thank you so much for always letting me break off and do what I got to do. So I leave here. I head right to the Susquehanna River tomorrow. We're doing some live filming. So if you guys are looking for some real good coverage, check out the Susquehanna Fishing Tackle's Facebook page. Tomorrow we'll be live all day.
Nice. You get to watch GDP be live here commentating. You get to go see him in action tomorrow. And boy, you're now what we would call you were a veteran of the Opens, about a decade there before qualifying for the Elite Series. And now you're nearing, seemingly a decade. What is it, year 6, 7,
This
8?
will be my eighth season,
year for Greg DePalma.
Yep.
Over the last 18 years, it has been a journey, but what's one big takeaway that you've learned from getting from the stage we're watching today to the stage that you're on with the Elite Series?
Honestly, it's just, you would not think the sport evolves every single year as much as it does since I started, but man, it has changed so much. And myself as an angler, I got to change with it. That's what's kept me alive. It's just rolling with the punches nonstop.
Absolutely, and we got to see that stop number 2 of the 2025 season down at Lake Okeechobee. We will be there for the EQ finale. It'll look much different because I believe the water level at Okeechobee is much lower, but you and a couple other of your closest friends, seemingly, at least that week, unlocked something special. So let's take a look at earlier this year when you kicked off the season, second stop of the year with a big splash at Lake Okeechobee. Fishing 4 anglers side by side, working together the best way possible. But one thing I admire about you and Will Davis Jr., love Tim Doobie as well. He had a different approach completely, but
that was
you guys
big.
sampled this every day after that magnificent day 1. But you were able to go and completely switch gears out of the river and still survive Okeechobee for a top 10.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it wasn't easy, trust me. You know, that day 2, it wasn't really happening there at all as far as, you know, the beginning to midday. And so I left and ran and caught whatever I caught, 19 somewhere else. I thought I was the king of the hill, dude. I really did. And I came back and Brandon caught 34. Well, I was wrong.
That's the biggest thing. It never goes completely to plan. A lot of anglers, I'd say all 104 on the Elite Series, have a strong plan A. But that never goes to plan A. It did day 1 for you, and switching to plan B, plan C, you were able to still survive and factor in that tournament in the top 10 as we go to a 4-box, 1st through 4th, and Sam Hangy looking to maybe slide over to the bottom left and move up to 3rd with this catch.
Good night. That was a rodeo. Hit the camera with my rod. Sheesh. A long one. I think he might help. Oh, I swear I've done this before. God, why aren't you fatter? You got a heck of a frame. You gonna help though. Right under 4 pounds. Stop. Alrighty, helps a little bit. Pull out number 1. That was crazy. And the reamer is There we go.
Good call for Sam Hangy while Emil Wagner's hooked up in the top right. Emil didn't look too thrilled about it.
He did not, didn't he?
Heck yeah.
These guys think they're sly, but they give it away to us all the time. We know that they're not around what they need to be.
Weighing that out of curiosity?
Getting out of now, I guess.
I texted. There could be lost in translation, but I texted as Christian Nash is hooked up. Emil Wagner's cameraman Carl Pennington. I said the one he threw back about 10 minutes ago. How big was that when he weighed it and didn't? You know, he said 4. So I don't know if we didn't see some or if he was saying he needs a 4, but it might be a little closer than we think. I'm not sure.
What's his smalls on Bass Track?
I got a cold, maybe.
Meal's 3.5.
3.5.
He's got a 3.5, a 310, a 312, and then 2 4.0s.
And the smallest is 4, according to.
And so if he did have 5 4s, it'd be about 1.25 pounds higher than he is, which would be about a pound back probably. Because Messer still thinks he's at 22.
Yeah, Messer's last fish gave him a couple ounces, jumped his lead up from 111 to 2-1 on Emil Wagner. I mean, he didn't put the nail in the coffin, but he got the hammer out.
$391. Nice one. It was worth the run. Now we just gotta figure out which one to call. Maybe that one.
Could probably say it's a all SEC top 4 right now. Messer, Kentucky, Emil Wagner, Ole Miss. Actually, that's where he went to school. And then Nash is bordering there. He's Tennessee. He could be a volunteer, but he could be close enough to Kentucky. You never know. And then I'd assume in Knoxville.
Yeah, he'd be.
Sam might be Tennessee, but he's went to Auburn. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Razorbacks
You can
up.
split your lines.
21 to 10. Nitro Bassmaster EQs here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. Live coverage today brought to you by Mercury. Going coal for coal these last few minutes as Matt Messer, Emil Wagner, Christian Nash, and Sam Henge stay our top 4. Graybuck's just been so solid. I don't think he's been higher than 3rd or lower than 5th today. He has stayed in the top 5 all day long off the back of his early morning flurries. Aaron Jagdfeld's tried to make a move up the leaderboard as well, but been kind of stuck in that 6th place range. Paul Marks started the day in 3rd, falling down to 7th. Seen some big moments from guys like Garrett Paquette as well and Russ Lane. Those guys are still at the bottom of our top 10. Great points for the rest of the EQs and a great start to their EQ season, but guys like to win. And on the final day here, that's all you're rooting for is a victory. So we head out to our day 2 leader, Emil Wagner. Now stands 2nd place.
Yep, that's her, dude. That is a giant one. Please stay on. Don't come off, please. Oh, it's a huge one. Come on. Yeah, baby. Yes.
That is a big one.
Oh my gosh, we're keeping our chances alive. Let's go. That'll go.
We'll probably call it a 3
I'm gonna figure out which one goes first, and then I'm gonna win. So I got 3 that are really close.
I want to see what these 3 really close ones, this will determine.
Oh, they're here, man. We just gotta... black, white, and green.
Black, white, and purple.
I knew when I set into that one.
Oh,
the white was heavier. I went right down on the white.
Pretty certain white's bigger.
That white one's pretty big.
Yep, all right, white's bigger than red.
Red?
Green, yeah.
Looks green to me. Maybe he's... I met someone the other day that's colorblind. They said red and greens get confused. So I don't know. I'm just asking, Neil. I don't know. Let's see what black is versus the green.
Missing the ball in the middle one.
Green is the littlest. And white and black are going to be dead even close. And remember, he's not checking the one he just caught versus those three. He's checking the three smallest ones. So he does, if they're 3 3/4, they're both right there under that 4-pound range.
I would say the one he just threw back was 3 3/4, and the other two were 4-pound range, easily.
We got us a derby then.
Well, we got a derby. He's going to be up there.
Give us 10 more ounces or so. You'll have less than a pound on Bass Track behind Matt Messer. But we think Matt's about a pound light on Bass Track.
That one will help a little bit, huh? He'd like the indention on his head.
Right, he's got like a northern forehead.
He's like a hockey player or something.
It's 4-pounder.
There were some big bass caught in the afternoons the last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are definitely sandbagging, there's no doubt. I mean, it's sandbag city right now. The water's got a little color up there, maybe a little algae bloom going on.
Oh, it's a better one, I think. It's so hard to tell. Could be a literal 3-pounder. They look so big when they jump. Jump again and I'm yanking you in the boat. Maybe. That might help. He wasn't coming off. I'm gonna bend out my jig head trying to get him out. Oh my Lord. Why can't you all be hooked like this?
He's now our third angler over 20 pounds on bass track.
We're gonna finish running this one last shallow area to where I caught a decent, I guess, 2 fish this morning, 2 nice smallies. I think after that, I guess we're gonna go slide off for the rest of the day, go out there, use the active target too, and see if we can't go pick off a couple in this general area right down south of here. I found some fish there in practice, and then I fished them yesterday afternoon for a little bit, and there was a bunch of them out there. I didn't catch one over 4, but I had a couple that were like upper 3s, which that'd give me a little bit more weight if we caught them. But if we can pick a 4 or 2 off, that would go a lot further. But it's been kind of a grindier day, I would call it. I've been fishing a lot of the same areas, so I don't know if I've just kind of played it out, which good chance that's probably what happened. But we're gonna just kind of keep going. One bite will probably go a long ways to kind of move up in the point standings a little bit. You want to try to grind out as many of those as you can. The whole point of this year is to try to make the Elite Series, so good first one in the EQ. I'm very happy about that, and we're gonna just kind of try to finish the day strong.
Gray Buck said he's weighed in all 10 of his fish without using electronics this week, and so he said last-ditch effort just to go do one, but so far it's been a good week without it.
That's impressive, honestly. It really is.
That's bigger, right? Maybe? There we go. 4 pounds, 5 ounces. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. That's the one we needed. All right, I got a coal beam. 2 and 3. Let's go, dude.
Go, man. You got it.
Fellas, I think we're
Just asking for one of those.
It's like the race for 70, not the race for 67. Race for 70 pounds.
Guess in the big bag of the day, I believe. 11-ounce upgrade. Almost a, no, he could be tied with Messer, about the same.
Matt Messer on top by about a pound and change over Emil Wagner. We know that that is a closing margin for sure. Sam Hange putting his name in the hat as well. Wants to make it to Knoxville, fish near home. Christian Nash would love to come across that classic stage in his home state. Paul Marks, maybe he'll help out John Cruz as well. The Nitro Bassmaster EQ Series is presented by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Winding down the last little bit of fishing here that we will get to see before making our way south. This is the last northern stop of the year. We'll head to Tennessee next week for the College Classic bracket, head down to the Tennessee River in Alabama for the next EQ event. You know you got to be south for the Redfish Cup, and then we'll be at Okeechobee to end it.
You're getting caught, bud. Stop running from me.
Zona always says the fishing is better, but it's getting cold up there.
Up there?
Up north.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to start turning pretty soon. I'm sure the trees are already turning big time up there.
There's a frost alert here this morning.
Here?
Champlain.
Oh. I'll say.
No, not here where we're fishing.
No, not here.
Good Lord. This fish is a psychopath.
It was 80 yesterday in Jersey. It's pretty warm.
Yeah.
I gotta give up on them.
Of course, we could start next year in the
It's so
cold
big
too.
when I first
February
saw 'em,
5th
though.
at Guntersville.
That is going to be a cold one, probably. More than likely. It's going to be cold. But I like it.
And then Lake Martin right after.
Never been there.
You started, your rookie
New
year was
target.
2019, and 2018 we started there.
Oh,
That was our
here.
kickoff event, was Martin.
No, I still want this one. He looks good.
That's right. That's one. Did Talk win that one?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
He's gonna be
That's right.
Off the same
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Same
cast.
spot.
Here we go.
That seems so long ago.
It does, doesn't it? I guess it was. In reality.
He's not even that big. Maybe. Maybe. Y'all getting vote flipped. It's fat, not very long though. Does it go 312? I don't think so. Nope, 310. Oop. If he had a little more frame.
See, I feel like I need to catch. I feel like if I got one more big bite, I would have at least give me a chance. And if I got two of them, have a good chance. I feel like I need to go do something else, but I've also caught and seen some good ones here. It's kind of hard to leave. I want to save myself about 20 minutes or so to fish that stretch out there, just because 5-pounders I've caught the last couple of days at the end of the day out there. But as of right now, we're just trolling around hunting for one. I'm looking at two right now. Ain't sure. Can't really tell if they're big or not. I'd say they're at least 3.5 probably. But they don't do no good for us.
Matt Messer just maybe an hour and a half ago, fist pumped to the camera and says, "We got a bag, boys. We got better than what we had yesterday." Now, after a little bit of a drought, he's questioning on what he has found or what he has done. And a couple casts without a cull will do that to you at Lake Champlain, but Matt Messer showed up big time today. A little bit of a slow start, to be honest. Caught a small one to start his day, went on a little bit of a dry spell, and then went number 2, 3, 4, and 5 in short order, and they were all 4-pounders.
Yeah, he went on a good flurry there where he took over this event.
Kind of showed us that, hey, my pattern is not fizzling. I was the day one leader for a good reason, and I was only second on day 2 because Emil's great day 2. Still have plenty of options to win this tournament, and he has done very well on Championship Saturday. So what's crazy about it? A good start, most of his weight before 11 o'clock. He had that one good upgrade during our midday portion, but for the most part, a lot of his weight done. Meanwhile, Emil Wagner waiting all day to finally make the right upgrades now, and you can still end the day GDP with basically the same weight. It doesn't matter if it's your first 5 casts or your last 5 casts, as long as you get them in the boat.
You're right, man. You're definitely right on that one. We've definitely seen a few big fish losses today.
Messer struggled yesterday afternoon. He was lower, and then he caught 2 late bigs, including a 5-2, to get up to 22 even and make our top 10.
Sucker's fat, just little.
How many guys are over 20 today? Quite a few.
I think right now on Bass Track there's only 3. The Messer with 21.1, Hangy with 21.0, and Christian Nash with 20 pounds, 7 ounces. That's Bass Track, though. So always take it with a little bit of salt. And there's 3 guys over 19. Emil Wagner's at 19.10.
Got 2 guys who've been in the inland sea all day long, Sam Hangy and Aaron Jagdfeld. Sam's been on the northern portion of that area, which has been a lot calmer than you normally see the inland sea act, and so you can see how slick calm he is. And Aaron Jagdfeld a little farther south than there. A little bit of a chop all day today, but those 2 have been stellar for the last few years, absolutely. Whether it's the Bassmaster Opens, the College Series, or Nation, the Michigan Angler and the Tennessee Angler have both done so well. I wanted to continue talking about that. Sam Hangy on the left of your screen there, Aaron Jagdfeld on the right of your screen there. 2 guys, one from Auburn University, one from Adrian College in Michigan. I'm here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge to kind of talk a little bit more about the momentum and honestly the youth in fishing. Years ago, about a decade, maybe a little bit farther along than that, a lot of top-level anglers said we want to grow the sport and expand it. We have done that through the juniors, the high school, college series. You've got nation opportunities now as well. And you're starting to see that hit the elite series. These anglers who were younger about a decade ago are now making it to the levels to be able to qualify. And these 2 guys are looking to put their hat in that as well. Over the last 2.5 calendar years, hang with me here, you've got the last 2.5 calendar years, you have 3 top 10s from the Bass Nation amongst these 2, with Aaron Jagdfeld winning at Lake Erie just a few months ago, Sam Hangy getting in the top 5 of a Bass Nation championship, top 10 of a Bass Nation championship. College series, they have 4 top 10s between the 2 of them over the last 2.5 years, and through the Opens in their short duration of 2 seasons combined have 5 top 10s. So looking at the last 2.5 years of work that these 2 young anglers have done, we can probably sample this from quite a few anglers across the Open series, but not just the college series, but also venturing to the Nation, the Opens. One thing that tells me, Greg DePalma, is these young guys aren't afraid to compete, and they'll do it wherever we host a tournament, whenever we host a tournament. And you're starting to see that now. These guys who were younger and they were getting the autographs at the Classic are now fishing their way through to the Classic from the College Series, Nation, and the Opens. So we're seeing that transpire big time.
Without a doubt, man.
I want to ask Greg about that when we come back.
We got one more segment. Hang with us. Somebody may make a key call to determine this event. We'll be back with the 3 Duck Stooges when we get back. About an hour left in the fishing day for everyone. You got to get back, and they're going to at least spare 15 minutes of travel time. So got to factor that into your game plan here at the Nitro Bassmaster Elite Qualifier on Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. This is probably one of the fastest days you could get back on Lake Champlain. Honestly, all year, Greg DePalma, it's been a pretty day. Very beautiful day. Calm water for the most part, clear skies.
It's been beautiful for sure. There's no doubt about that.
So we head up to the island boy, as I call him. Aaron Jagdfeld had been hanging around the islands of the inland sea all day long. Former Adrian College angler up there in Michigan. Translating well to the Bassmaster Opens like we talked about at the Screen of Knowledge just a few minutes ago.
Greg DePalma, I was going to ask you.
My drag
was
was
hooked
so
up.
loose. Another little one.
It's long.
You might. It's fat. I don't think he's gonna help, but we'll see. If I can get this sucker out of there. I loose my draggles and I sat there going, "Shoo!" Dude, it hurts so bad. I don't know if that'll help. It's just not long, it's short and fat. Gotta beam them.
Greg, the number one reason for the
346 is what
youth
it
movement
says.
of why we're having guys who are ready to perform in the series as they move up.
Yeah, you know, it seems like bass fishing has gotten cooler nowadays at a younger age, and I think these kids are getting molded a lot younger, and there's so much information at their fingertips, and then technology on top of that has made it a lot easier for these kids to advance a lot faster.
Zona said in his Hall of Fame speech, I wanted to make bass fishing cool.
It's this guy right here, Sam Hangy, 24 years old.
Lord.
Just turned 24 this year.
Look at that
He's
run.
fishing his 37th B.A.S.S. event, counting college. College Nation Opens, 37th event, and he's 24. I don't think that you guys you hadn't fished 37 national events until, you know, like before you're graduating college, you know what I'm saying? That's a lot of tournaments at a high competition level at a young age.
You know, kind of crazy for me. So in 2006, when I qualified the first time, I was 23, and I fished 5 bass events.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you said no. What made you say no?
Financials. It was too expensive for me at the time. That was like a big one.
Oh, maybe. God, he felt like he was huge.
He's had a great day. He just
A bad one?
started the tournament
Fatty.
today 2:13 behind, and that is a mountain.
That is a mountain for sure.
That is
here.
a mountain.
Mega.
Especially if there's on a calm day where.
Ain't gonna help.
Man.
Not gonna help.
Not gonna help.
Oh, I thought that might have been our nice 4.5.
So we head out to first and second place. They've been that all week long. Matt Messer, day 1 leader. Emil Wagner, day 2 leader. Just 2 ounces apart starting the day. Matt Messer caught one early, kept it. It was a small one. Emil Wagner threw a bunch back. Knew that he wasn't going to be able to win this tournament without 4-pounders.
All right.
Matt has done his work before 11, and Emil's done his work since 11, basically.
Right as I see my first fish. Oh God, stay hooked up, please.
This could be the one.
No, fudge! That's a freaking 5-pounder. Oh my gosh, I was trying to loosen my drag and she jumped. Oh my gosh. No.
Will that be the separator? That fish right there? That's tough.
That's probably the biggest one I've seen all week. Oh my gosh. That would have probably freaking done it too. That was an absolute. I was trying to get her to not do that by loosening my drag and it was just too late. I've had such a good land ratio all week. Today we've lost 2 nice ones. Gosh dang it, man, I knew it too. That was a monster. What are you gonna do? Oh my gosh, that was a giant. I was pretty excited to get that one in the boat. Man, that was a real tough one to swallow there. Gosh, that one stings. I'm trying to shake it off. It's so big.
Biggest fish we've seen this week is a 6-pounder yesterday.
That is true.
A couple 512s, 511.
Couple 5.0s today.
What do you think that one was? Close to?
It was
approaching
big.
6 for over 5.
No, I mean, if he says 5.
Yeah, it was a big one.
And the biggest he's caught this week, he had 23.9 and 22.0, you know, like, or 22.2 or whatever it was. That's the way she goes, though. Cody Stahl. Great start to the morning. Same for Gray Buck. We saw some adjustments today. We saw chatterbaiting. We saw, hey, a bass jumped out of a grass mat for us. Sam Hangy with some big ones as well, a 5-pounder. Yes, Garrett Paquette with a 5-pounder. Russ Lane, hey, heck with the 50-foot deep smallmouth. I'll just go up and flip and Missacoy and crank around and catch some fish. Good largemouth day for him. We mentioned Paquette's 5-pounder right there. Paul Marks, Emil Wagner trying to steal some glory from the Opens anglers. Matt Messer not wanting to let Emil walk through that door. I'll say it. I questioned Emil throwing back some of those 3-pounders. Now it's negligible. It doesn't matter. That last fish loss will hurt a little bit, but we know Matt Messer has fished a perfect tournament so far. Looking to go back to another Bassmaster Classic. The former Kentucky Christian angler who absolutely smashed him at the Harris chain, setting the record weight-wise for a regional event. Trying to win his second Bassmaster Open to go to the Classic. Weigh-in will begin in 1 hour. They will check in 1 hour. Weigh-in will begin shortly after that. We will see it all decided. Tom Abraham, Hank Weldon will get it done. The final weigh-in to decide who's going to the Bassmaster Classic and who gets top points for the first EQ of 2025.